One more and then I'll stop.
How's it going, guys and gals? This is Elder. Welcome back at ya. Hope everybody's doing well today. We're picking back up on everything that's been going on with PoE. So let's get the ugly stuff out the way and we can work our way to the good stuff. So there will be an interview going on soon, I think in the next hour or so, with Zizarin and Jonathan Rogers. For now, let's cover what happened in the last 24 hours, pretty much, or last 48, something like that. So apparently there were some other versions, versions that were sent out to media to test for their reviews and whatnot. And one person that got it was Fextra Life, which is known for having a pretty trash wiki with tons of ads to try and leech as much out of people as they can. And on top of that, they weren't supposed to release anything as far as guides and everything like that because it is not. So if we look right here, to clarify, some traditional gaming medias have been given access to review a version of the game, which it's a version, doesn't mean it's the version that we'll be playing. Part of the stipulation that media were given is that this is for review purposes only. They may share their opinion of the game, but are not allowed to produce guide-style content from this version that would spoil the discovery of the game or post unedited playthroughs. They're not playing on the same servers as the early access version, so none of their progress will be kept. In addition, all of the content they produce is embargoed until the release of early access on December 6th. So no content is supposed to be posted until then. Now, PoE takes the hit here. They say, unfortunately, there was a miscommunication with Fextra that resulted in a video being posted early. This was mistaken on our end and is in no way on Fextra. Now, this I don't believe, because every other place they sent this to did not go out and make a guide or start publishing wiki information and everything like that. It's ridiculous. So that's my opinion on it. I think it's just insane that they would even give it to somebody who's going to put it into a wiki and try and make guide type information when that's not what this was sent out for. This was literally sent out specifically for a review, not for you to make playthrough guides, build guides, or any of the like. And if I actually go to my page, I reposted a couple of things. This was one of the main ones right here. They literally made a walkthrough Pathofexile wiki, and it's ridiculous. If we take a look on my page, I know I already posted some other stuff. Oh, Mathel, of course. Trying to lighten things up after all the drama. Got Streamer Owl being positive. Got my new post, my new YouTube video that I posted. Let's see. I am thinking about doing a subathon. I would love to do a subathon, but I don't know exactly what I would, actually set as the goals. I wouldn't mind some ideas. Maybe I can actually set something up and try to do a subathon. I reposted a couple of people that are giving away keys. I actually am giving away 2 keys. If you go on to Twitch, on Twitter, and follow me, hit that retweet and like, and I will pick out of the list of names on the 4th So not tomorrow, but the day after. I'll probably even stream it. But yeah, I have a couple of keys to give away. Let's see. And so this is what I'm talking about. So this Neversink, he posted this comparison. So this is the wiki that Pathofexile runs for us and lets us post information on. This is the wiki that Fextra has. Huge ad space, ads, and there's guides and all sorts of stuff, and it's terrible. And they're just linking to themselves for more views and everything. Yeah. I did want to check this out. So Ziggy did post a video on his experience with the mercenary. So let's go check him out real quick. Go here. And looks like Ziz is already live. Oh, if he's already live, then we need to go check it out. Hold on. I don't see Ziz. Oh, there he is. Okay, if he's already live, then we'll just come waiting here. He might just be stalling for the time being. If he is, we'll go check out the Ziggy D video. But okay, well, we're waiting. So somebody posted this. They made a mock-up of the tree, but honestly, most of the stuff's missing. There's no way to really create a pathing through here. They did pick up a lot of the bigger nodes, and that's what they said that we're primarily going to be using.
Hey guys, Isrin here. Hey everyone. So I was literally just about to go to bed. Hi, Scissorin here. Scissorin here with Scissorin here. Scissorin here with Scissorin here. Hi, Scissorin here. And welcome to my channel. Wow. That looks like my girlfriend. Sharks is the best one. Go away! Leave! I believe in Sharknado, and you should too. Vote Sharknado to go away! That says a lot. What? Excellent.net will be hell on Earth? Yes. Yes, it will. Oh my god! Nothing prepared me for that! So creative. Oh! Oh! We made so much money! Oh! Oh. Scripted! Scripted! That's our card! That's our community card! We made this! That is... Oh my... This is the undisputed best axe in the game! For Duelist, for Banquet, fucking Banquet! Okay, oh. Blah. Hi. How's everybody doing? Blah. Oh. Happy partner anniversary. Dude, 9 years of Twitch streaming. 9 years. Still a bit stuffy. Hopefully I don't sound too cancerous. Did you finish the puzzle box? Yeah, the video's up on YouTube. When is the interview? In 24 minutes.
All right, so we got a little bit of time.
I want to see if I can play 6 minutes of ads before then, so you guys don't get any ads in the middle of the podcast. Hopefully that sounds good. The other option is that you get ads in the middle of the podcast. Will you dye your hair for PoE 2? I'm gonna do a subathon and we're gonna have loads of sub goals. You and Jonathan are gonna go to war, aren't you? We are going to ask some heavy-hitting questions. I was thinking I'm going to open up with who did Jonathan vote for in the US election. Then we're going to talk about abortion. We're going to talk about Fextra Life, Path of Math. We're going to talk about... No, we're going to keep it focused to PoE 2. I don't have any like crazy questions lined up. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Oh yes, and I'm going to ask him, Jonathan, a school bus full of children is heading off a trolley, off a cliff, and the only way you can save them, well, there's this dog, Jonathan, you see. No, I have a list of questions. I think they're pretty good. My name is Jonathan. Can you stop? Are you ever scared of doing these interviews? No, I probably was a bit nervous the first time I did them, but not now. Thank you so much for all the subs. Chronics, thank you for the raid. Good to see you. Joe Lander, thank you for the 41 months. Hunter Angel, thank you for the 7 months. Ansik, thank you for the 5. Resonar, thank you for the 54 months. Esperus, thank you. Fishy, thank you. Why you hate, thank you. Thortilla, thank you. Sherm, Abu, thank you. Arxel, thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs. Flashy, thank you for the 48 months. I am warning you, I will probably need to go clear my nose in the middle of the interview, so I will let Jonathan know about that at the start.
For 38
because I don't want to be sitting here sniffling.
They're
But
not high
I'm
on the
mostly
hype
good
here.
now.
Ah.
I'm mostly good now.
Annihilation.
Annihilation.
Just gifted 5 subs.
You're sick today as well? Yeah. I'm sorry, dude.
Gumbo is
Arak,
firing
thank you.
his
Fox,
laser.
Gumbo, Timwin. We made sure he does dev check. I've given him the questions ahead of time.
_ just resubscribed for 6 months.
So that he can prepare.
Toby Chris firing Ziz's laser.
How long is the interview going to be? 15 minutes. That's all they had time for. So we get to ask one question, and I've asked him to speak at 4 times the speeds. It's basically an hour. And then we just slow it down afterwards.
Firing Ziz's laser.
Okay.
Better make it a good question. How much did you pay for the interview? $31,000 to Belly
Firing Ziz's laser.
Belly was like this. It's gonna cost you. Yeah, they reduced the prices. Well, they asked you about 2-factor. Oh, I'll add that. But probably no, it'll be at the end. We have 2 hours. I'm going to see if I can play more ads right now.
Thetilt Chamberlain is firing Ziz's laser.
Thank you, Letian, Saboom, and Thilt. Toby.
Alright, let's take a look at Ziggy's Pathofexile Mercenary Grenader. It's a bit long, so we're gonna go ahead and kind of flip our way through.
Ah, smell that burning sulfite. G'day folks, Ziggity here. These are the glorious sights and sounds of a mercenary grenadier in Pathofexile 2. Just one of the many playstyles possible on the very flexible mercenary class. Now just a note before we continue, this footage is from Act 1 and 2, filmed hands-on at the GGG studio when I travelled there to host the Q&A just last week. This isn't a build guide, it's way too early for that. Anyone giving you a build guide is kind of like yanking your chain a bit. I, like many of you, want us all to explore the beta and figure out builds together. Consider this instead just a primer, a showcase, just a taste of one playstyle of the mercenary that might inspire one of your builds or help you decide what to start as. This video will contain some minor spoilers like minor boss fights and locations, but no story elements. Also keep in mind that while this is some of the most fresh Pathofexile 2 footage you'll see, until the beta is out, it's still subject to change. Also, I did want to note that there was a bug here that's likely already been fixed as I'm recording this, where the mercenary doesn't turn when reloading or winding up an attack. It's kind of just a visual thing, it didn't really affect the gameplay, but it doesn't quite look right, and Jonathan specifically pointed it out to me. It was working fine in earlier builds, but something broke and they had to fix it after I left. And with that, I'm very excited to share some of my experiences with the Mercenary and Grenadier playstyle in Pathofexile 2.
Always some sort of ritual going on, eh?
Most of the time in PoE 2, you will choose your own skills through the Uncut Gem system.
You don't want any spoilers, Darwin? Sorry, I need to move the chat down here because I was missing it. I have the chat. I actually have more than one monitor now. I just didn't have the chat big enough to see it. How you doing today, buddy? I hope you've been all right, my friend. And I mean, it's gonna have some gameplay. So if you, I mean, it's gonna have some gameplay. So if you, I mean, it's gonna have some gameplay. So it's coming from. It's gonna have some gameplay. So it's coming from. It's gonna have some gameplay. So it's coming from. It's gonna have some gameplay. So it's coming from. It's gonna have some gameplay. So it's coming from. It's gonna have some gameplay. So it's coming. God bless it. One of these windows. I'll just close these. It's fine. See, did that fix it? Yeah, that seems to fix it. God bless it. All right.
But the first skill is pre-made for you on the beach, and for the mercenary, that's fragmentation rounds. Effectively, a shotgun.
Did you disappear on me, Darwin? You son of a... Are you still there? I had to fix whatever that was. That's because like I just opened up a window just to like keep track of stuff. Honestly, the main thing we're waiting on is Ziz. He'll be doing an interview soon. It doesn't show me my viewers over here. Need to get a... Need to get something else. Let me see. I don't know what broke the audio earlier. No, I don't need that. I need new window. Creator dashboard, your manager. I was gonna skip over the bosses, Darwin. I just wanted to check out the gameplay. But if you don't want to watch it, I mean, that's fine.
This shoots many small projectiles in a spread that can indeed shotgun if you get closer. And the damage is substantially better if you do get up point blank, unless the target is huge, in which case you're probably going to hit them anyway. Fragmentation Rounds has some fun interactions with frozen enemies that we'll talk about later, but it serves as a good intro to how the crossbow works. And fundamentally, this class plays very differently to any other. Crossbows are preloaded, but mostly fired nearly instantly. Every other weapon, whether it's a bow or a hammer, have some kind of wind up to them, right? But with crossbows, you're already loaded and ready to go, you just click the button. The downside is, of course, that you do need to reload, and each skill is effectively an ammo type that you can reload or swap to separately. Default attack is an ammo type, and so is Fragmentation Rounds. Pressing the load button will either reload that magazine or swap to it.
Hey Jeff, how
a
you
loaded
doing?
magazine of a skill type, like Fragmentation Rounds, will persist even if you swap between multiple different ammo types as well. So you can preload everything and then swap between it quickly. This has a pretty few interesting effects. For example, you pay the mana cost when you reload, not when you fire.
Really
Again, very different to most skills.
I've already put
so you can spend mana reloading before you even begin combat,
for, like,
effectively investing your mana into preparing for the upcoming fight. And I put emphasis here on preparing, as that's really Mercenaries' main theme in a nutshell in my mind. Preparation. Mercenaries usually have an arsenal of weapons and tools that will be prepared and expended over the course of the fight as needed.
Maybe eventually,
a well-prepared mercenary will do well, while one that is unprepared might find themselves overwhelmed.
Currently, it's
you
not
load
really
ammo
something
types by pressing the load button for each skill, but to fire your crossbow, it is all the same skill, the same button, the fire button. It takes a moment to kind of adapt your mindset over to this unique playstyle, but I found it very natural over time, and in some ways, simpler. If I wanted to shoot, it was always the same button. I just use other hotkeys to change what my shoot did. Other skills like grenades do get their own separate hotkeys and don't use this like ammo loading system, so you do get a bit of a mix of playstyles down the line, but the fundamental crossbow experience is ammo swapping and blasting. Whenever you fire the final round, the character will automatically reload unless you do something that interrupts the reload, like for example a dodge roll. And I did find myself doing this a bit at first. Each skill has a different amount of shots before a reload too, so the shotgun style skills typically have just one shot and then they'll reload. They get that pump action kind of feeling, while the spammier skills can have many shots before they need to reload. Some crossbows and passive skills can give you additional shots to any reload skill though, so that's a really big deal in things like Fragmentation Rounds where gaining one additional shot means halving how often you reload. You know, you get to make a double barrel shotgun instead. There's literally a support gem called Double Barrel. The first 20 minutes on Mercenary Crossbow is, as you probably suspected, a little bit awkward. The combination of adapting to such a different playstyle and having only a few skills with pretty frequent reloads means that you do have to be pretty careful to not get overwhelmed by enemies. You may also find yourself dodge rolling or swapping ammo types before you auto reload, leaving you with empty skill magazines when you kind of need them. Take things slow and steady at first and try not to spam your skill hotkeys like you do with other classes. Crossbow mercenaries reward a bit more of a considered non-spammy approach. Things get way smoother as you go, as you'll get faster reloads, various support gems that can help in a bunch of different ways. You'll get more rounds in your magazines and utility skills that will also change things dramatically. And also there is just that element of getting used to this playstyle. I was pretty nervous in those first couple zones in Act 1 that I was like, I don't know if I'm going to like this, but I ended up loving it by the end. You get your first uncut gem in town where you can make your own choice of skill, and while explosive grenades is very tempting, I went with permafrost bolts and I highly recommend it as your first skill. I'm not telling you what to do, but this is basically an ice shotgun with a huge multiplier to freeze buildup. And Mercenary doesn't, by default, have any mobility at all, except for moving while shooting, right? Especially in the early game. You can take things from other class, trees and stuff like that, do like a weapon swap, leap slam or something, but in the early game, you just walk around with your crossbow, right? But what you can do is stop everything else from moving. Freeze is incredible in Pathofexile 2 in my opinion, thanks to the freeze build-up system. Everything will get frozen eventually. You don't have to do some mega hit of damage and bypass some sort of threshold to have a percentage chance to freeze or something. Each shot builds up more and more freeze from 0 to 100% and then they're frozen. It's as simple as that. More cold damage and freeze effect just gets you there faster. Permafrost bolts are wicked satisfying and you can run around with them just blasting away by themselves. They do a bit less damage than the fragmentation rounds, but freezing and shattering everything well makes up for that in my opinion. That said, when you do freeze something, you can actually swap to fragmentation rounds for their true purpose, to make explosions. Even
Again,
before we get any grenades, we can begin exploding.
Or anything like that.
Frag
But
rounds
thanks for the
detonate
information.
the
Thanks for the
ice
offer.
on a frozen enemy, creating a pretty powerful explosion. It's great for blowing up packs of enemies, but this does remove the freeze and let them start moving again, assuming they survive. So I actually found it better to not always detonate the freeze on a single target like a boss. The main strategy I enjoyed was blasting primarily with permafrost bolts most of the time, and then whipping out the frag rounds to detonate when there was like a frozen enemy or two in a pack of other enemies. Freezes last a long while, so a lot of the time you can freeze one enemy, then freeze another, and then detonate both of them. As soon as you get a choice of support gems, which is pretty early on, I recommend putting piercing on permafrost. Being able to hit and freeze multiple monsters far more effectively makes this skill go from okay to amazing early game. After that, anything that interacts with freeze or adds cold damage is going to be great. Added cold or ice bite, which adds cold damage to all of your other attacks when you freeze an enemy, really good. But early on I used Frost Nexus, which creates chilling ground to slow enemies when you freeze someone for even more crowd control. Fragmentation rounds I didn't often use too many supports on in the end. I just used it as a detonator skill. But it's probably best built for damage. I used double barrel just to get an extra shot to detonate more frozen enemies before I had to reload. It costs you some reload speed, but it's kind of an okay trade-off here. Something like bleed or just any added damage would work fine as well. So you can get explosive grenades pretty early on, and these do what you imagine. They explode. After
I got you, Darwin.
fairly
I got
long...
you. I'll be playing Monk myself. I just wanted to check out some of this stuff. This isn't a build guide or anything like that. It's literally just his hands-on with the Merc. And he's literally jumping scene to scene. If I see anything... let's see. Sponsored segment... Skills, armor piercing. So he's mainly just going over skills and whatnot. But I think the Ziz interview is going to start pretty soon, in like 6 minutes or so. So we're just going to watch for a few more minutes. It's just something I talked about the drama earlier about what happened.
Physical and fire damage.
So,
my early experience with them was that they have a pretty long timer and do supplemental damage at best. This is something that Jonathan mentioned is possibly kind of changing a bit. Damage-wise, they might be going up. Early on, I found them only really useful for larger groups of enemies and for preloading some damage before you engage with a pack. You can kind of pop them out and then run over and then shoot them with your shotgun, and then the grenades will start blowing up. As soon as you can grab multiple projectiles support though, which lets you shoot out 3 of them at a time for substantially better overall damage and area of effect, they do start to shine a bit more. Added fire is also good, but you can use the less duration support too to lower the timer and make them detonate faster. No downside.
9 minutes.
Explosive grenades get better later on when you get poison grenades to combo them with too as well, so we'll see more of that later.
Going over those interviews a couple of times, I was like, man, there really wasn't that much info and they really didn't ask any pressing questions.
Game, and when a grenader started to feel like a thing for me was when I got the flash grenades. As soon as you can get these, do get them. They deal physical damage in a large area, they have a short timer, a massive increase in stun effect, and they blind enemies.
Blind him!
With multiple projectile support, they are incredible at stunning huge groups of enemies and even bosses in 1 or 2 throws. So you can get a lot of those heavy stuns on bosses to get some nice damage cycles off. They do only have 1 charge to begin with, but later on you can get an extra cooldown with the Grenader passive, which is just incredible. The skill has a small downside though. You blind yourself with them too. It's kind of funny. With multiple projectiles and increases to area of effect, you will blind yourself all the time. I certainly did. But I did actually just find it to be not too major of an issue.
Yeah, it was very
it's like
few
you
and
do lose
far
some
between.
evasion, and accuracy didn't really seem to matter.
And I get
I was still
it,
hitting things just fine.
They're going real easy on Jonathan, probably because, I mean, this is probably one of the most stressful times in his life with it coming out on Friday. But at the same time, I mean, there are real questions that need to be asked.
It's not ideal, and you're trying to avoid it when you can, but I did find it a worthwhile trade-off for how strong the skill is. Flash grenades with multiple projectiles quickly became a main skill for me, and were used off cooldown as much as possible. The stun, the damage, the area, the speediness of their detonation, all amazing. I did use some stun supports with it too, but because they're already pretty high stun effect, it's probably better to use things that increase damage or area or cooldown instead. It's just the area of effect support, for example.
I'm gonna go ahead and jump back. Interview will be starting in soon. I want to make sure that whatever ads he's gonna play plays, and we don't have to worry about it, because I've had issues where like the ads will play and then it doesn't see that the ads play, and it'll force ads on me for some reason. But other than that, how you been doing, Mr. Darwin? Yeah, I think he's honestly I think he'll feel 1,000 times better once Friday rolls around. I think his biggest worry right now is just the servers holding up, because it's gonna be crazy, man. It's gonna be crazy. Yeah, I got a couple of keys to give away. I posted on Twitter. So hopefully I don't know how many ads is. Sheesh. Oh. Time. Yeah, I'm trying to stream on a party as well, but
I'm so happy my voice isn't worse.
Ziz. Poor Ziz, he's been sick for a while now.
Also, thank you guys so much for all the subs and donations and stuff during this. Really appreciate it. ASMR stream? Yeah. Man, do you think there's sickness ASMR streams? $100%?
Yeah, I bet it would be disgusting, but I bet you somebody would watch it.
Will Sis survive through the interview? Yeah, it is unfortunate that I'm sick. Obviously, we can't really postpone it. Hopefully this is okay. I'm so sorry. I didn't plan to be sick. I even like tried not to stream or talk to make sure my voice would work. You sound good. Yeah, I hate coughing. I get so like annoyed. Just don't cough on him.
That's supposed to shame other people.
I'm trying to cough a lot now to like clear a little bit. Imagine getting sick. What a bitch move. Beta as fuck. All right, they're calling.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
How's it going? Oh, okay. Just got back from Korea.
Oh, wow. Let's see. Let me just do a quick audio check. How does he sound compared to me, chat? Loud. Okay, I'll
testing 1, 2, 3. A bit loud, okay.
Okay, I put it down to 75%. How's that?
Testing 1, 2, 3. I'm Jonathan Rogers. Hello? Is that all right? Hopefully we're okay.
Too low. Okay. Let's try. Okay, I'm gonna try.
Yeah, probably.
Okay,
probably go
85.
to like 85.
All right. Hopefully that's a lot better. Sounding okay. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, perfect. Excellent.
All right.
And I just need to quickly set up our cameras and we are good to go.
Oh.
How are you doing?
Well, as I said, just okay, but just got back from Korea, still a little bit tired. My flight got cancelled, which is always a pain.
Yeah.
So I'm a day late, and maybe a little bit tireder than I would have otherwise been on this call, but that's all right.
Yeah, I bet. Damn. Well, thank you so much for taking time to speak with us and answer questions.
No problem. No problem.
You've been doing like a lot of these now.
Yeah. Well, the right at the end, it's like suddenly my job is doing marketing, basically.
Yeah.
So, but oh well, that's how it is.
It's crazy how many you've done now. Let's see, almost ready.
Nah, I didn't see his video today.
Let's see.
Take a look at his page real quick.
There. I think we are potentially good to go. Does that look okay for everybody?
All right.
I think we're good. So I do want to apologize real quick. I'm a little bit
Message
sick,
to
so
all
I might be
Pathofexile
coughing
2
a little
players.
bit, and
That's okay.
I haven't watched it. I'll check it out
coughing
after
as well.
though.
yeah, I'll try not to cough on you. Yeah. But yeah, awesome. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome everybody. I am joined here today by Jonathan Rogers, director on Pathofexile 2. Thank you so much for being here.
No problem. I mean, it's always good to talk to you. We've done a number of these interviews, and I'm always happy just to talk to whoever's got good questions for me, honestly.
Yeah, I've tried to do just that. So I've sent Jonathan some of the questions ahead of time just so he could prepare. We could have a little bit less dev check. And yeah, I've tried really hard to not have any repeat questions except for a few that I really want to push back a little bit on and talk a little bit about.
Sure.
But yeah, it was honestly
I'll check it out. I'll watch it on stream once we get through the interview.
It's been a little bit like, have they answered this? So like it's yeah, but very excited for this. So I want to start with an interesting question for me personally, because PoE 2 is so different than PoE 1. And I don't know how familiar you are with World of Warcraft, but a big event there for me was the Gates of Ahn'Qiraj opening with like basically the server coming together and working on something and that affecting like a little bit of the future outcome. So have you ever thought of doing a league like that where the future of the league or how it goes core depends on how us as players perform during the league? As a quick example, like maybe we lose the war towards Breach or we win the war and that like changes the future league.
It's something interesting. I feel like we did something like this before, but I'm trying to remember which thing it was. Wasn't it like Tempest, actually? Like, I feel like Tempest had a mechanic like this, but maybe it was like really not obvious. Like, it's actually the kind of thing I am interested in doing. We just haven't really kind of ended up with a league design that kind of wanted to do it. Because you have to be really careful with that stuff that you don't, like, it can be frustrating for players just because, okay, probably not the thing you're referring to, because that's the whole like coming together and actually like towards a single goal over the long term. But we've had a few mechanics where playing the league affected before, and I think Tempest was one of them where like, I think it was that one, where the more people who farmed something, after a certain number of people had farmed it, it actually, the mechanic moved us to another location.
Oh, that's cool too.
And yeah, so that was kind of interesting, but like, I think that we sort of decided for that particular case that we weren't like that happy with it, because I kind of had this thing of like, the idea of unfairness of like, oh, you have to like, someone says like, oh, this happened in the middle of the night, you need to wake up and do this, and so we kind of weren't happy with that. But I mean, the thing you were saying there about the gates, I mean, like, that's pretty cool. I just like, I guess you have to be prepared for like both outcomes and then exactly what you're going to do in both cases. Like, it needs to actually feel like it had a meaningful impact.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be the follow-up league. Like, it could be something that you do half a year later or something. Like, say that we have to kill like 6 billion monsters, and if we don't, like, the league will be different.
Right.
But yeah,
I guess I'm also kind of into the idea, although maybe people aren't, of like you create like a thing that once you've achieved it, unlock something for all players. Like that kind of stuff could be potentially fun. So I mean, there's stuff you could do there, but I don't have any plans for it in particular. Like I haven't actually thought too much about this kind of stuff, but yeah, like I don't know, it's kind of interesting. I'll keep it in mind when we're doing the next league design for sure.
Nice, cool. So I have a few questions about stash tabs. The first one is for things that don't have a PoE2 equivalent, like let's say Blight, right? Are we just not getting a tab at all, or are we going to instead get like a regular premium tab or something like that?
Yeah, so currently you don't get anything, and basically that's because we still want to be able to potentially add that content later, and then at that point that tab will be, for that league. So if we gave you something now, then we'd have to like, I guess, read only the other. If we gave you a bonus tab now, we'd have to like give you a read only one or something like that. And effectively, the main thing is that we're trying to just make it so that where it makes sense, the thing you bought before will work. I think that for the particular one you mentioned there.
Yeah.
I suspect that in the future there'll be a time when that will work again, and so you're kind of going to be good in that regard.
Okay.
But I guess it might be like, it is worth bringing up though that if we get to the point of like literally we're never going to use this ever in PoE2, I suppose we could consider like having a replacement tab for something like that. But at least for the time being, like we still intend that a lot of that stuff still gets used anyway.
That makes sense. Yeah. Now the next question is also about stash tabs, and I remember at some point there was a big discussion about consolidating normal tabs and letting people make quad tabs. Now, if I recall correctly, the reason this didn't go through is there was a big issue with like database problems because we already have stuff in remove only tabs, right? PoE2 doesn't have this issue. Is there a chance that we can, like, for example, there's quite a lot of people like me that have 100 normal stash tabs and would like to merge 4 at a time into a quad stash tab. Is that something that could be an option now with PoE2?
Let me think about that. So it's certainly not something that we've done. I suppose we could potentially do that. I have to say that I'm personally not a huge fan of the quad tab overall, just because, like, I understand the like gameplay utility of it, but it's just, I don't know. There's something about it that sucks a little bit to me, of just about the way that it just. I feel like you don't appreciate the items the same way. Now, admittedly, if you're just playing the game and you're like, you don't care about this at all, right? Like, I understand that you don't, and so it's fine. We've got that option. But it's just one of those things that I've kind of never really loved about it. Like, it kind of makes the items just look a bit lame, but, whatever. As I said, I understand that in practice, like, for a gamer, it's like, you don't care about this. I guess it's one of those things. We haven't done this. I guess we theoretically might be able to do that, but yeah, as I said, it's just not something we've done.
Yeah, I'm a very big fan of the quad tabs, and I actually, it's funny you brought up Tempest. That's actually where I ended up buying 100 normal tabs, because the radiating Tempest and the 20 XLs, I was like, and I was new at the time, and when you're new to the game, you don't want to get rid of everything, so. The next question is, we've seen on the PoE health bar that there are numbers now, right? So we have basically damage numbers in the game. So I wanted to bring up, have you thought about letting us have a literal target dummy?
Okay, so we've thought about this for sure. The concern that came up the moment we discussed the target dummy is, okay, what resistances does it have? What, like all this kind of stuff. Like basically there'd have to be state for like how much armor does it have, how much evasion does it have, like all these things. And so then we started getting into, okay, like you'd have to have some way to set these values, right? You'd have to be able to be like, okay, I'm going to set up a target dummy with this particular amount of armor or whatever to simulate whatever boss it was. And then we're kind of like, okay, should we then have a thing where you can like select like, okay, here's a boss that it's going to be equivalent to, and then like that would be how we could to do stuff like this. And then we're kind of like, well, hang on, at some point you just got the actual boss itself, you might as well just use that. And then we're kind of like, well, like maybe the target dummy kind of then is like not kind of like it starts to lose its utility then, so the whole chain of reasoning kind of came from all of that stuff. Like I do understand like where you're coming from though, if you're saying that's not good enough. But
I think you're overcomplicating it a little.
Yeah. Right. So you reckon target dummy with no stats, and then you're good?
Literally a target dummy with no stats. If you really if you don't want to overcomplicate it, you could even have 2, right? One that's the equivalent of like, let's say Shaper, right? Or literally just like one boss and one normal monster. But even if all you give us is a target dummy with no resistances and no nothing, that is like already a lot better, in my opinion.
Right. I mean, I'm definitely like I'm actually kind of like probably fine with this, but like as I said, the main concern was that. So it's funny because like anytime you're discussing a feature like this, there's always all the questions of like, okay, so then what are people going to immediately ask for the moment we add this? And so that's how we end up down the path of like, oh, it's like going to require this or this or this or this, and then all these things. And then that suddenly the feature is killed because of like the feeling of over complexity. So I guess that's just sort of explain like how that sort of stuff occurs. But yeah, I mean, look, if you're saying it's fine with no like with no stats at all, like maybe it's something we could consider doing. Like I'm not really opposed to it, to be honest.
Yeah, I know a lot of people want it. There is a lot of people that don't as well, but yeah, figured I would bring it up.
Right. I'm just out of interest. So to hear the case for people who don't want it, like what do you think is really the behind that? Because I mean I've heard this argument from some GG people before, but as far as people in the community, like what do you reckon is the reason for like no target dummies?
Let's see. I'm seeing so many people say I do want it. Someone said we have POB, don't need dummy. It would feel too competitive.
Right.
Misleading numbers. I'm trying to like pick.
Well, they shouldn't
like...
be misleading. So long as the target dummy actually emulates a real monster, the numbers wouldn't be misleading, right?
Yeah.
So then that's the argument, therefore, and then that exact thing there is like, oh, well, that's why you have to have, the ability to simulate a given actual enemy.
Sometimes less info is better. I don't know. It's hard to see like reasons for why not.
Yeah, fair enough.
The next topic is gonna be a bit of a longer one and a bit of a discussion. I want to talk about what the current state of portaling out at bosses is, and then talking a little bit about pausing and logging out as well.
Yeah. So basically, so you can't portal out of a boss fight. This was something that we tried for a while to make it so that you could portal out of boss fights, but with timers and stuff like that. But eventually, we're just kind of like, you know what? Why are we even trying to do this? Let's just completely ban it, and then that way we don't have to worry about like all the potential kind of like rules and weird stuff about like, oh, you stand at this location, the boss can't hit you, like random stuff like that. Like it just effectively removed a lot of potential exploits. And I think that probably was just a straight up improvement. There's been actually a few other changes we've made. Like this is something probably people will never notice, but you can no longer swap your gear in the middle of a boss fight either. That's been now disallowed too. And like a few other things like this. Like these are just things that like once again people probably won't normally run into if they're not trying to do some kind of exploit, but effectively like we just want to make sure that like when you're actually in for a boss fight you actually have like a proper experience. Like you have to actually overcome the boss without some kind of weirder forms of cheese that you might otherwise try to do.
So what happens if let's say that a hardcore player goes in, they get 60% through the fight and they realize they can't do this? What happens if they log out and wait until the next day?
So you can always log out, like resurrect at checkpoint effectively, or like log out and just wait for time. So like it's possible to get out of a boss fight, right? Like you're not locked into that forever. So that being the case, like effectively, like if you know that you can't do it, you can get out. And this is sort of an interesting question because I know there are people who are kind of be like, oh, it would be nice if like once you've decided to do something, you're kind of committed to that action. But I just think that we probably didn't want to really go down that path because it would mean that like I feel like
the thing is there was actually a discussion from him talking about putting in a bestiary to begin with, so why not use the bestiary to pull stats
from the first thing you said, I was under the impression that if I go into a boss fight, let's say I'm going to fight the Shaper, right?
Yeah.
Either the Shaper dies or I die, but then that's not the case.
No, that's not the case. So you can actually like you can bail. That is the case. You can't portal, but you can choose to restart at checkpoint or like log out to back. Like if you log out. Okay, so if you just Alt F4, right? What'll happen is when you log back in, you'll be in exactly the same place you were, which is like. But that's more that the feature there is more about like trying to make sure that you don't like lose your place when you're just playing, right? And you disconnect for a reason.
Yeah.
But if you want to choose to leave the fight, you can decide to do that. Like that is okay. And just another thing with that, by the way, is like I believe that the feature where if you lag, that the game gets paused. I believe that did get done, which means that even if you just have like internet lag, the actual server will pause while the lag is happening. So then, regardless of whether you get disconnected or not, you're not going to die during the middle of an internet lag spike. And I believe that it might be like 100 milliseconds or something like that. Is like basically if your client's not responding for that amount of time, then effectively the whole instance just pauses and like we'll just wait until you're good before we keep going again. Yeah, so that's how that works basically. But yes, you can leave.
Yeah. So could you walk me through the difference real quick? So will I have to log out and wait 15 minutes, or will it be hitting escape and then clicking like leave fight?
Yeah, so if you hit escape, there's a button there called respawn at checkpoint, and effectively that will just mean that you can, at any time you can choose to do that. Now, obviously the concern with that, like, and we've actually discussed this quite a lot internally about like, should that be okay? Because there was like a whole discussion with this of like, the fact that there's just a button you can do to press this kind of like would mean that like, it's like even if you see like a slam coming, you'd be able to like push escape and just like push that button before it arrives. And that is the case. But the thing is, if we required you to log out and wait 15 minutes, that would kind of be lame too. Like, I don't really want to like, and the counter argument to that one was like, oh, but like that's at least more friction to actually doing this. And it's like, well, yeah, but then do you really want the strategy to be that you have to log out and wait 15 minutes? Like, it's just kind of lame. So in the end, we kind of decided to do the more, I guess what I would call player friendly thing of just like, you know, that option is there for you. You can leave if you want. So effectively, yeah, in some sense, I suppose you could say that that's kind of equivalent to the old F4 you could do in PoE 1. Yeah. But you know, it's that's kind of where we ended up anyway.
So just to confirm, this does not kill you on hardcore, right? Oh, I lost audio.
Wait, no, it doesn't. Oh, sorry, yeah, it doesn't.
Okay.
But let me just think about this because I feel like I'm just getting a memory suddenly of us talking about that as well.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that that's I'm pretty sure that that's fine. But I feel like I remember
the concern I would have there of why that would be a bad thing. And I know a lot of people are against logout macro.
Right.
And I actually thought it would be something like a 2-second portal you'd have to cast, and then it would fully reset the fight, and you have to go again.
Right.
The reason, personally, I'm not a big fan of like having to commit is that you end up over farming so hard to the point where you go in and you know there's a 0% chance of you dying, right?
Right.
Like as a normal shaper for now. Whereas like if you can die, it's a lot more fun being able to go in before you're ready. So that's awesome. I'm very, very happy with that answer.
I will mention, by the way, that there is a very old league flag. I don't know if it's exposed on the private league interface. It probably isn't, honestly. But there's a very old league flag that actually does enable a timer when you disconnect before you actually get disconnected. So if we wanted to run a league that had that functionality of where like you have to commit to everything when you do it, like because you'll stay in game, we actually could turn on a flag that would allow that. So I don't know if you ever want to run a gauntlet like that sometime, where you actually have to you have to commit to something like that, because it is possible to turn on. Yeah. So that's something we could do.
That'd be perfect. I think that's really good for a gauntlet.
Right.
A quick question as well. In PoE 1, we have the 6-second disconnect timer. Is that accounted for with the 100 millisecond lag thing you talked about?
Okay, so effectively the 6-second disconnect timer is still like that is just like after 6 seconds of like you not being in game, then we just terminate the socket and you're gone. But because of the 100 millisecond pause thing existing now, effectively the 6-second thing doesn't like really matter anymore, because it's only important for, because the instance is frozen anyway. So all that's doing is just making it so that like look, at some point we have to give up on the fact that you're not going to actually be able to come back again. In theory, we could actually increase that time now, because like there's really no downside to it being that long, or even longer, so that would give longer for the internet to recover. But I mean, I guess we just haven't kind of done one thing or the other. But the thing that's going to matter to you really is just the fact that after 100 milliseconds instances paused, you're not going to die, and how long it takes before we like actually time your whole connection out is kind of not really as relevant anymore.
Awesome. That's super cool. I can't remember in whose interview you were talking about it, but you expressed some interest in racing again, and saying that that's something you considered revisiting now. But obviously you were cognizant of the fact that it's not necessarily what's going to like bring people back or bring revenue to the company, right? And you are a company. So I wanted to suggest, have you thought about having a specific like battle pass maybe, or even one singular item for racing, and telling people, look, if there's interest, we'll bring back things like descent, etc., based on how much it sells for, then like the racing community can literally contribute as much or as little and as there is interest.
I think that's pretty interesting. I actually did have another idea like a long time ago, which I don't know. Like this is a different idea, but we'll just see. I'm just going to see what you think about it, because we never actually did this, but it was a thing that I was interested in, and that was the idea of like effectively like pay to enter races, where it would be like, you know, like some number of cents to enter a race, and then you effectively, I mean, it's sort of similar to the thing that you were talking about there, I guess, except that instead of being for a whole season, it was just like individual races. And that was kind of an interesting idea that I was thinking that maybe people would be interested in, but I wasn't quite sure whether the community would like that or not. Like, it kind of wasn't clear to me, and so we were thinking like, oh, you know, like 5 points to enter a race, and then because of the fact that the rewards. So then effectively the rewards of the race would have to be like cosmetics, right? Because obviously we can't give you rewards in the form of anything that would be player power, given that you need to pay MTX currency to enter. But effectively the original race rewards were alt art uniques anyway, and like effectively if we removed the actual part where you get the actual unique out of it, in theory we could do like skins and stuff like that as part of the rewards. So we kind of discussed that, but I wasn't like I was just like very uncertain about whether the community would like hate this. So I'm kind of curious to hear your idea about what you think about it. I mean, the battle pass is similar, except that it's more of a like one-time purchase for a whole season, I assume.
Yeah, it's also I was thinking more of like even if it starts out with like a cloak that you buy that isn't like this wouldn't depend on you being able to play or not. This is like if you want to see more of this in the future. I'm more of a fan of free entry and then having a way for people to support and just being open with like if this is something you guys are interested in, this is how you can show that you're interested in it. If not,
the battle pass thing is sort of interesting because it already kind of is similar to how the racing structure was anyway. Where you get points, and then like at certain thresholds, you get you get cosmetic.
Yeah.
So it actually probably does match more into it. I just mentioned the other one because it's something I thought of ages ago. Thought it would be interesting to see. But you know, that is an interesting idea. Like the racing battle, it's actually a pretty cool idea. Like I'm interested in this for sure.
Cool.
The main issue really with that is just that the amount of bandwidth we have for making microtransactions, which is what we need to make for this, is honestly surprisingly low. Like we're so it's so ridiculous in some ways that like for a company that makes money from cosmetics that we don't have more people just working on that stuff.
Yeah.
But you know, we effectively need more people to be able to create more stuff like that, and it's like to already get more people for making existing cosmetics. So I guess you know, if we had infinite resources to make that stuff, I would absolutely do something like that. I think that's pretty interesting. So it's just a question of, you know, where we get the time.
Yeah, that's fair. Awesome. It's just I'm such a big fan of racing, and I know a lot of people are, so wanted to bring that up.
It is cool.
I have a question from a community member in full caps lock.
Sweet.
How do character names work? Is it the same as PoE1, or is it #1254 where multiple people can be the same name? So obviously, like our accounts are hashtag now. Are our names still unique?
So we decided to just keep the names the same way they worked before in PoE1, for now at least. And the reason why is because so with account names, you never really have to refer to account names very much while actually typing.
Yeah.
So that we wouldn't have had to worry about all the concerns that come around having to like know people's discriminators and having to like, you know, worry about all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
With character names, there's a few other details. So one of them is that they expire. So you don't have the problem where the space just you know, exists. I assume you knew that about character name expiration. Because
I thought that was just done in waves.
It's not done in waves. So effectively, 1 year after the character name after the character has not been logged into, it goes into a pool of names that someone else could create if they want to, and if they then do that, then the name gets expired for you. So effectively, like over time, like names will free up again. So that's the way that works. It's actually just as I said, it's just as soon as you haven't logged into a character for a year, that's when
a character or the account.
The character.
Wow. Okay.
So I believe that's how it. At least I think so. It's been a little while since I thought about this, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's the way that one works. And yeah, so because of that, like characters don't have quite exactly the same problem as account names do. And as I said, the domination on character names will be more annoying because that's kind of how you know. That's kind of how you refer to people within the league. So we kind of decided not to do that. That being said, if it became like a real problem, I'm open to the idea of doing the whole discriminator on character name thing. It's just that it would mean that you'd have to then have a situation where it's like whenever you're doing a whisper, you'd have to like know, like, because you have to have like autocomplete for this, right? Like, you can't have discriminate autocomplete, and then that means you have to have the whole thing of like, okay, are they in a friends list? Are they in the guild? Are they in your party? Have they talked in chat recently? Have they whispered you recently? Like, all of that stuff would have to go in the pool of things that you autocomplete for. And I mean, look, it's like how Discord used to be, right? When it had stuff. So there's basically just a bunch of work that you'd have to do there. And I mean, we could do that stuff if we felt like we needed to, but we're going to try without for the time being.
Cool.
And see how that goes. And like if it's like a real problem, then we can always change it.
There are some audio issues, by the way. I don't know if the mic's too far away or something, but you're cutting out a little bit.
I'll try that. Hopefully that. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what to do about it.
It's not too bad. It's just a lot of people are commenting on it.
Fair enough.
Awesome. So another question with that are, like, for example, I have the name Zizarin right now in PoE 1.
Mm-hmm.
Will I have that in PoE 2, or is it like fresh start from everyone and there will be a character in PoE 1 and a character in PoE 2?
Yeah, so the characters are separated in PoE 1 and 2. The databases are just completely independent. So you'll have to race to get that one, I guess.
All right, I'm not getting that one. Cool. So a few other questions about runes. So runes, they're obviously like replacing the crafting bench, and
sure, yep,
in a way, and can you override them? Like, can I put in a new one over it if I want to change later?
You can't. So that's something that I guess we could potentially do, though. Like, I don't think I'm against it. I'd actually have to talk to Rishi and Mark about whether or not we'd want to allow that. But currently, you can't, at least.
So yeah, I'm very curious about this because, from my understanding, one of the main reasons that you wanted to remove sockets from gear was that you really wanted to have this new thing where you find a gear upgrade, you don't need to 6-link it, you don't need to like get it exactly how you need it to be, you can just equip it. But I feel like I actually love the concept of runes, but I feel like a little bit about how they systematically work sort of ends up canceling this, right? Where I will not be able to actually pick up an item and, wow, this is an upgrade. I will have to fix my runes. Maybe I have to farm them.
I see what you mean, but I don't think it's the same, because the thing with so a couple of things with this. One of them is that when we're talking about the whole like picking up an item and having to change stuff, what that was mostly around is the idea that, okay, like socket colors and so on, right? Like it meant that you had to change, like, either you have to chromatic stuff until the point where like you've actually got exactly what you had before, or you have, which is like definitely way more annoying than having to just use a couple of currency items on your on your item, right? Like chromaticking to get to the right state like could be like very difficult. But or the other thing you might have to do is to just rearrange everything in your character and like, oh, this goes here, that goes there. I like to use different supports or something like that, right? So to me, that was like a much more arduous process than what this is, because effectively you're going to have the currency that allows you to add sockets to items. It's not hard to get that currency. Like in the early game, it's a little bit more restricted, but effectively you're definitely going to, as you go through the game, you're going to have that currency in abundance, I would say. So I don't think it's like necessarily a problem like doing that.
I'm going to go ahead and pause the interview and run an ad real quick so it'll quit bugging me.
Especially
once these ads finish up, be able to come back and I'll just start it back up. So that way we, yeah, but it makes me do these ads. It's either I run them myself or they end up running as pre-roll when people come in. So I try to run them as much as I can so people don't have to deal with pre-rolls. Turbo works. It really is, but there's no way for me to completely turn them. Like I can turn them off, but it's still gonna make me run ads either way. So I have to run. What I've started doing is running 3 minutes of ads. So that way I can have like an hour of no ads. But that's literally I literally have to do that on Twitch. I don't ever see any ads on YouTube, so I don't know. Yeah, and technically speaking, if you're subbed to me, you don't get any ads either. But I have to run them, so keep pre-rolls down to a minimum for people. Interview's going good though. Not too many hard-hitting questions so far. The ruin swap in is a good idea, but I mean, if that's the case, they should just make it to where you can pull them in and swap them and stuff. That way you can always have the ruins that you have and you're not just destroying them. But then again, that causes inflation with ruins, so it's probably better the other way where you put it in and it destroys the old ruin. That way you just don't have surpluses of them sitting around. I wanna do a subathon, but I don't even know if people will come by to sub or not. If I'm being honest, I don't, and I'm still trying to think of like what I could do for the goals. And that should be it. Community's back, and boom.
On. So like you're finding them, and generally speaking, like if you're in Act 2, like maybe there'll be a rune that you want that you don't have. But then by the time you're in Act 3, I would say you probably have the runes that you
I
need.
think like maybe like pick my
it's
next
really the soul
skill
cores
or
that
something
are the
like
ones
that.
Are like the it's actually a struggle to find the ones you need of these, like because that's where the kind of the higher level gameplay is.
Or pick what ascendancy I should do. Whether it's gonna trial of Sekimas or trial of chaos.
I don't know the actual numbers, but I would definitely think so. Like there's definitely there are definitely hard to find ones for sure.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Awesome. Next up, how does like stacking ailment works for like stacking multiple of the same?
Right. So effectively, so in general, ailments don't stack, right? In order to get the ability to stack them, there has to be some kind of mechanic you're getting.
Yep.
Usually that mechanic will have some kind of like that mechanic may have some kind of explanation for like any specific details you have to be aware of. But I guess the main thing to understand is that if you're doing something like stacking poison, the way that works is that all of the poisons that you do will always be on the monster.
Yeah.
And they're all running. But if you've got the ability to stack 2 poisons, then whatever the 2 largest poisons that you currently have that are on there, those will be the active ones. And then when one of those falls off, then the next largest will take its place effectively. So that kind of means that like that's kind of, I believe, sort of generally how like buffs work in PoE, where you've got like if you can have multiple buffs on a thing, but only one of them is active at a time. So in the case where you're allowed to have more than one, it's just effectively whatever the highest in buffs are that are on the character, that's the ones that you get effectively.
Cool. Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So I don't know if there's anything else you want to know about that, but
no, not that I can think of. I think that answers that. That's really good.
Sure, fair enough.
Another question from the community: does mana and elemental leech exist?
So mana leech is a thing, but only for attacks.
Yeah.
And elemental leech, I believe, is a thing. There are probably, I believe there are probably like various mechanics around that will give you elemental leech. It's definitely going to be a lot harder. But what we're trying to avoid is mana leech for spells. Because that can kind of like defeat a lot of mechanics and so on. So effectively, that's the main thing. Everything else is fair game, but we just have to, like it just depends on where it comes from. So yeah, that's kind of the basic idea.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I know a lot of people are hoping for a spell mana leech, so it's,
that's the thing we don't want to do.
Yeah, and that's something you can do in PoE 1.
Okay, next up, a few questions about crit actually. In PoE 1, it's almost like when you're building a crit build, you're supposed to be 100% crit. Is that the same in PoE 2?
I would say that it's kind of more like earlier PoE1, how it used to be, where it's like you can get there with various mechanics, but I would say that it's like it may not be the most optimal thing to do, just because like the stuff you're sacrificing might be too much in order to do that.
Yeah.
Especially when you've got like conditional crit mechanics, getting to 100% isn't so bad, but like you're not always going to be meeting those conditions, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I would say that like we've tried to kind of keep things a little bit more in line in terms of having more like, as I said, just like the controlling the sources a little bit better and kind of making sure that like getting to 100% is actually like a real, like, as I said, possible but kind of not expected. So I imagine the sort of expected crit would be a bit lower than that, and yeah, trying to increase beyond that is kind of not hugely valuable.
Okay. What's the main reason they're indifference? Is that just to like retain player power and not let it get out of control early?
I wouldn't say that exactly. I think it's more just that like ideally every mechanic. So like I'm just I am generally in favor of the idea that like there's the decision to not increase something more is not because you run out of sources of it, but because like there's a reason that you don't want to do that, because the trade-offs are too much. And so effectively by keeping the values that you're kind of like can easily get to a sort of certain midpoint, you just avoid this, like you just sort of make it so you get that trade-off, like you have to make that trade-off towards the end of the range. So it's effectively like that. I think that's kind of really the main reason. Like, it's been a little while since I talked about this with anyone, but yeah, like that's kind of really what it came down to. We just kind of wanted to make 100% crit more of a like, this is a very unusual situation rather than this is a common situation.
Okay. And do you think part of that is as well that, at least in PoE1, crit feels like the end game? Like, you should go crit at some point, and you kind of want to avoid that as well? Is that part of it at all, or?
Well, we're certainly trying to make it so that crit is not the only build. There was actually a thing that we changed. So, so here's a random thing for you. We actually had the change for a little while where so crit modifiers, and I need to get this correct. Like there are various crit suffixes in PoE1, and so there was this feeling that in PoE1 that if you're a crit build, you've got like you can make your build more powerful than what non-crit builds can, because the suffixes that are available to you as a crit build are like more powerful than what the suffixes are available to you as a not crit build.
Yeah.
So because of that, we actually decided initially to move crit stuff all to be prefixes as well, to effectively compete with the other prefixes that you could get that all increase damage, right?
Yeah.
And so we did this for a while, and we actually found that like it actually made weapon rolling way less fun. Like in theory, what it was doing was making it so that, okay, you could get a crit weapon or you could get like a not crit weapon, and like they were kind of competing with each other. And like we did all the math and we're like, hey, look, now we've made it so that crit builds and non-crit builds are more in line with each other and they have the same level of power and items and so on. And we kind of thought that we'd done a good thing there. And then at some point we just realized, like, why is it the weapons just don't feel as fun to find in PoE 2 as they do in PoE 1? And then we realized that like this is actually part of the problem. So we actually reversed that decision and moved the crit stuff back to be suffixes again. And we've kind of tried to make sure that the suffix pool is actually reasonable in other ways for the other builds, like making sure that the suffixes are actually like make sense and there's powerful versions of like ideally it's like there should be a level that each suffix can get to that is exciting, right? And so like the question we have to ask ourselves is like, what is an amount of strength that if you got that on as a suffix that you'd be excited about that?
Yeah.
And so effectively like we're trying to make sure that there's actually like at the high end there are suffixes that are actually really good. And so hopefully we've restored some of the like possible power that you sort of can get from weapons, and I think that's sort of as I said, I think it's in a better place. I don't really remember exactly how this was related to the original question anymore, but it was just something that came up in my mind.
Does that mean that at the high end, you don't want dead suffixes? Like I remember life regen for a long time, and thorns, right, would be literally dead suffixes.
You need to you still want to have suffixes where when you get them, you need to have bad rolls, right? But at the same time, we did say that like, okay, whatever, when you've got the higher tier rolls, that there are actually things that like that the highest tier of something needs to be something you actually would be excited to see. Okay. And there are actually a couple of cases where so we the tiering system for mods, for rares, like, you know how when you've got like, T2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, just goes up to 5, like T5 rares. If you actually get a T5 rare, it's actually possible because we haven't got some of the mods, like light radius, for example. They don't actually have an eye level. There's no light radius mod that's higher than eye level, like 60 something, I think it is. It's probably like the highest one. It's actually possible that on the highest tier content with a tier 5 rare, that the dead mods like that are actually cut out of the mod pool completely. So it's actually possible that for that to be the case. Now, tier 5 rares are like rare as hen's teeth, right? They're actually like incredibly rare. So when you get one of those, like, the mods on those are going to be really, really good, because like that the eye level of the mods you're going to get is like higher than a certain
excited
amount.
for that.
Okay, so like that means that there are just like really some really good stuff up there. But it's once again, can't remember where I was going with this, but this is like a thing that exists for the rare system. So the that can mean that some of the rares you can get at on the higher tiers can be very good.
Awesome, very, very cool. I'm very excited to hear that. Like, items is like my favorite thing in ARPGs, so definitely looking forward to that. I want to continue asking about crit. Enemy crit in Pathofexile 1 can be a little bit weird with, especially like, let's say like the Valspark from like Tynvin or whatever he's called, or the Shaper Balls and stuff, because either the entire ability crits or none of it crits. Is enemy crit functioning similar in PoE 2, or is it to the individual projectile?
So I don't think we've made any changes here, but I believe that the way that works is determinable by the designers as they're working on it. But I suspect it's one of those things that they probably don't necessarily always think about, because it's kind of it's sort of somewhat invisible, so it's one of those things that just doesn't come up in their minds. So we can control that, and I don't know whether or not, and as I said, the system works fundamentally the same as PoE 1 did. I just don't know to what extent they've actually like used the features that allow them to control one or the other, and what situations that they would want to use one or the other.
Yeah.
Out of interest, do you prefer the like every mechanic crits, or do you prefer just every projectile? I assume every projectile is what you'd prefer.
I'd way prefer every projectile. Obviously now I usually will end up building for crit immunity instead, and that's fine.
Right.
But I remember when I was a new player to Path of Exile, and suddenly I'd be standing next to the Valspark Exile, and it would just explode, and I'm like, what just happened? And somebody would like watch my clip, and they're like, oh yeah, he crit you, you're gone. Right.
I have a feeling that I mean, I suppose the question would be whether we should make per projectile the default option. It's one of those things that like I don't see a reason why we wouldn't. I'd have to talk to Mark about it, but that's probably reasonable. I think that the whole ability critting all at once is the default for some reason.
Yeah.
I think. So I'm pretty sure that if you run into that, it's because the designer forgot to add the stat that makes it so that it's just every projectile to that particular ability. So yeah, it's just kind of one of those random things. But for player skills, it's like one of those things that we really have to think very carefully about, because there are kind of reasons and not. I mean, like one of the ones that is tricky for this is Rain of Arrows. It's like, should every projectile crit, or should every projectile not crit? Now, because right now every projectile has its own crit roll, it means that if you use like Sniper's Mark on a monster, and then you do Rain of Arrows on that monster, then you're almost guaranteed to crit it at some point, just because it hits so many times.
Yeah.
And that means that effectively the Sniper's Mark is like using it with Rain of Arrows is just like a complete win, because you just incredibly likely to actually trigger that. And so then it's kind of like, well, should we make it instead so that ability is like crit, the whole ability crits or doesn't crit? But then the problem with that is that it just feels super weird. Like there's something odd about the feeling of like I do a critical Rain of Arrows, and then you start to think like, should it look different so you can see that the whole Rain of Arrows is critting? Or I don't know. Like, it kind of just has some weird implications. So we kind of decided not to do it in the end. But there is a reason why we have both the abilities to do in different situations.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I'm definitely a lot less concerned about the intricate workings of how player crit works, because like
just
the monsters aren't gonna complain. Yeah. No, it's a tricky one. Definitely would be a fun.
Well, I mean, look, I would be interested. I should talk to Mark about whether or not we should just have a policy in general. Just everything a monster does is always individual rolls. Like, there might be a reason. There might be a reason he's against that, but I'd be interested to find out.
I'm curious how you feel about bosses, especially critting at all. Personally, I'm a big fan of like everything being static, right? And like not having mods and not being necessarily variable, because like there's some abilities that like, you're basically effectively mathing out what you can tank, and then suddenly you get unlucky with a big crit, and you're like, oh, never mind. So yeah, I'm just curious how you feel about that. Like, mods and crits on bosses.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about, well, okay, so mods, I think it's nice to have mods personally. I think because I like to have situations where you've got the ability to like it gives us an access to, because what having mods does, like on maps and so on, is the ability to make it so that a boss fight can feel different from a different time you fought it, just based on what the mods were.
Sure.
So I think that stuff's important. That being said, we did like the idea of having the static bosses for the top pinnacle content, just because that is a measuring stick that players can use against each other. So having that be like a static thing is kind of nice.
Yeah.
So that's why I like the mods. As for the crits, I can see your point for sure. Like that is an interesting point. Like, should we crit at all for bosses?
Yeah, I was just curious.
I guess I just don't really have like, I honestly don't really have an argument for why they should, to be honest. I guess the main thing would be just to make sure you've got enough variance, but then the answer would be, well, why do the players probably don't want the variance? So, yeah, I don't know. I find that to be interesting. It's not something that I've really thought about too much, I have to admit. Yeah, like I see your point about not wanting to have the crits for sure. So yeah, it's probably something that I'll have a chat to Mark about.
Yeah, I was just very, very curious about the answer there, because obviously, like, we can just get crit immunity, but the feeling for me there is it almost makes it mandatory.
Right.
And I feel like in general, whenever something feels mandatory, like remember the cast and damage taken Immortal Cold Days and stuff like that, like it usually gets like changed or removed.
Right.
So
I suspect that the answer against this would involve basically like it's another it's an axis of character development that we're removing. Like that's probably the argument that would be made against it. So then the question is, yeah, like, but I agree with you that if something's mandatory, then it's kind of like, maybe why should it necessarily exist? So yeah, I mean, point taken, right? Like this is an interesting one to me, and I'll talk to the guys about it.
Ziggy wrote something really cool that I like. Let me see if where'd it go? Enemy crits should be conditional buffs you can see to and react to. I think that would be really cool. Like,
right.
Let's say that let's use Shaper Slam as an example, right? That if the Shaper Slam is about to crit, it like changes the animation and becomes maybe a bit slower.
Right.
That would be really cool. Because that does change the fight, but like I love that.
Yeah.
That would be way
cool. Well, that's interesting. Okay.
It's for me I guess for me the big thing is that like they look exactly the same. You have no idea if it's gonna crit or not.
Yeah. No, I agree. That's a very good argument. Like it is a very good point. I'd be interested to hear if Mark has any particular reason against that. Maybe he doesn't. Like it is a very interesting point.
Yeah. Cool. More questions about monsters. Do they still get charges? And if so, how do they work?
So charges don't have any inherent bonus anymore.
Yeah.
So therefore, monsters don't currently get charges. I suspect it's the kind of thing where we might come up with some interesting thing to use them for in the future. But currently, there's just no reason for them to exist, so they just don't get them.
Cool. A lot of people are curious about support characters and how they fit into Pathofexile 2 for those that want to play with their friends and make OP combos together.
So I would say it's sort of interesting, right? Because what we don't have is the support character in the way that PoE 1 had it, where it was like just a literal kind of AFK. Well, you walk around behind them, you don't really do anything. So I would say that like for that, like we still have things like that. Like you've got scepters and stuff like that that can give people bonuses. But I would say that support characters in PoE 2 are more along the lines of like I'm debuffing monsters actively, or I'm setting up things that don't need to worry about the damage in order for someone else to take advantage of them. These kind of things. So like, you can make a support character that's going to like ultra slow all the enemies. You can make a support character that will do things like place objects that other people can use, or for example, like make a character that's like armor breaking lots of monsters so that other people can take advantage of that.
See, like,
things
that's
like that.
More D&D,
so I'd say
in
that
my
like that's
opinion,
kind of the role
which is
of
cool,
that kind of stuff more,
in my personal opinion, because then you can actually have like a tank, and you can have a debuffer,
reserve everything, and
maybe even a healer of some type.
Like just a bunch of auras on my character, and that's kind of all I'm doing. So that's the kind of thing that we don't really have in the same way.
Cool. Awesome. I think that generally answers that. Next up, a little bit of a discussion of something that was brought up in a previous podcast. I have in my notes here, talk about respecking ascendancies. I don't know if that's something you've like thought about or talked about more after the podcast with, I believe it was
Unfortunately, Troy? I haven't had a chance to talk more about this. But I mean, look, as I said, it's still on my mind as something that I know players are concerned about. So like we will definitely have another conversation about it for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's really anything else to say about it at the moment.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, that's it. I'm obviously very pro respecting ascendancy. So
Yeah.
my argument would just be it's a very early place to make a permanent decision.
Sure, I understand.
Yeah. Okay, cool. On to endgame like mapping and things like that. How much more rewarding should a difficult map mod like, penetration or something like that be compared to chill ground or monster variety?
So, I believe that it's a very different situation in PoE2 than PoE1 for this stuff, because the rewards from difficult mods are not necessarily like the rewarding part of the map mods, because we've got the thing where the prefixes are like the rewards mods and the suffixes are the like bad mods. It means it's kind of separated those two things out a little bit more.
Yeah.
Now there is still a thing where the harder mods have waystone drop rate increases on them, and so I believe I believe that the harder mods there do affect that, but I don't think that is like quite so much of a big deal compared to how it was in PoE1, where like the item drops were heavily changed by that stuff. So like I don't know that, like, as I said, it's a very different situation. Now this is one of those things that I'm like, I really hope it works, but I don't know if it will. So I guess we'll sort of have to see. Like the dynamics of what people choose to roll and how people respond to that are going to be very interesting. I guess we'll just see how that goes. But what it does mean, at least with the current way the system works, is that it doesn't matter quite so much what the the numbers we choose for how difficult those things are relative to like the rewards they give, because as I said, the rewards being given are mostly from the prefixes anyway. So yeah, I guess that's kind of related to that.
Cool. Yeah, no, I was just curious because somebody brought up the point that I think it was penetration and monster variety had basically the same rewards, so I was curious there. So that'll be interesting to see how that changes. What about things like /letter? Is that going to be the same or different?
It's the same for now. Look, we could probably do better with this. Like, it's funny because before we /ladder was a temporary cheat we added before PoE1 was released as a temporary thing before we added the ladder screen. and then now we're releasing PoE2 and we still haven't implemented the ladder screen. Like, it's kind of absurd how that works. We originally intended to have an in-game ladder screen, and then I guess the website kind of had it, and then we just never got around to actually implementing UI for it. So all I can say is like, okay, it's been 15 years, but we're still intending to make a ladder screen in game one day.
All right, so 15 years from now.
Yeah, sure. At some point we'll get around to that.
Cool. Okay, good to know. And in a similar vein, what about would it be possible at all for the community to get a more detailed API for things like that, like ladder and like making our own tools?
So I'm curious what more you'd want out of the ladder for the API, because effectively I believe that the API we have right now just gives you a full dump of the first, like, I don't remember how many it is it like 10,000 or something people, something like that. There's like some number of people in the ladder that it gives you, and as far as I know, it gives you everything you would need to have. So yeah, what else do you want, right?
Well,
like if you want something else, so you can add it.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my God, we can get you a list. So obviously, like I'm
sure.
Yeah, it's a long time since I started computer science, so I don't have a list in front of me, but things I can think of off the top of my head would be boss kills, for example, right? For the events we do, that is one of the biggest things we want.
Like what? Oh, so you want a ladder for when? Oh, you want like a different ladder for when people have killed a boss?
Not necessarily part of the ladder, just like an API we can access for if somebody kills a boss or something.
So do you mean like, but so like, do you want like how many times they've killed a given boss, or do you want like have they killed the boss at all yet?
Yeah, have they killed the boss at all yet?
I think that we do have support for ladders of when people killed a boss, because like, don't we have that for certain events? I thought we did.
Only for the first person, I believe.
I have a feeling that the way that's implemented internally is there's just effectively the amount of time until you kill the given boss, like as a separate ladder effectively. And then that would mean that like you could effectively dump a ladder of that, of like who was the first person to kill a given boss. So that's something we could probably do like relatively easily. I will say we haven't like thought about this for a long time. So
well, I can
it's one of those things.
I can get you like from like the guy who made PoE Racing and stuff, I can get you a list of like API things that would be huge for us. So obviously, I'm very involved in loving and wanting to do events.
Right. As I said, I think we do have actually like boss time, time to kill a specific boss. But I'm pretty sure that what it is that like that had to be specifically implemented for each boss that we wanted to do it. Because I'm pretty sure that the reason why we had that was for like the original race seasons we did, where we sometimes had like different objectives, things like first to kill X boss. So I think it's still lurking around in there somewhere. So we might be able to like resurrect that, and like it would be pretty cool to have a ladder for like first person to kill the pinnacle encounters in PoE2 when it comes out, for example. We might be a little bit too close to be able to actually implement something like that, but like it's possible that it's just like a matter of like resurrecting some piece of code that's been sitting there and turning it on. So I'll actually look into that because that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, is there going to be any form of like yellow text announcements for like first to level, first to new areas and stuff? During the early access?
Yes, so I think that we have. So the leveling one, I think we only do it every 5 levels, at least for the first while, just because we don't want it to be like super spammy.
Yeah.
And for first to enter area, I think that I don't remember exactly how that was going to be. I think because there was also some concern. I mean, look, there is definitely going to be stuff like that, but I think that we just wanted to try and reduce the spam a little bit in some cases.
Yeah.
Certainly, you want like first to reach level, like past level like 65 or something. You probably want like everything above that to be like every single level. I would say, just because like that's a pretty important race and it takes a bit longer up there. So we've got stuff like that. I don't think there's any first to kill. Well, maybe there are first to kill bosses for the act bosses or something.
Cool.
I don't remember the exact situation, but there's definitely some of that stuff. We just wanted to make sure it didn't seem like completely incomprehensible for like a bunch of new players who are seeing all the stuff for the first time. So we just kind of wanted to limit it a little bit.
Very cool. I love to hear that. A question from my community was, are there going to be free respecs during the EA if there's a big enough change? Like right now, if there's a huge skill tree change on standard, you get like the free respec.
Yeah.
Because
so I'd say it's probably going to be the same as that effectively. Like when we do a big change, everyone will get a free respec, and it'll work that way pretty much. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Somebody was particularly concerned because if it's respecing, is it only gold or do you have silver regret orbs? I can't remember.
No regret anymore. It's just gold.
Yeah. So the guy I was asking was what if a big change happens and your build is bricked and you've just used your gold? You just log in and you're like, ooh.
Cool. Generally speaking, it'll be that like the big patches that do the big balance stuff, we should get some. Now that being said, like I'm not going to say that every single there will probably be patches where we nerf some particular thing and then that could hurt certain characters like that. That'll probably happen. Just because that I'm hoping not, but you never know. Like that might then cause a situation where you don't have a free respec for that reason. Because what we don't have the ability to do is like targetedly respec like certain builds or anything like that. Like so it's effectively all or nothing. So because of that, the like it would have to be a more global change to like oh look, we've redone the skill tree in various ways, and then we'd probably do it.
Yeah. And I'm guessing you can't go in negative gold, right? You can't like, okay, Mr. Respec Man, I'll pay you back later.
No.
Yeah, no debt. Cool. Another question from the community is, we've learned that ascendancies and items can be supported. So a logical follow-up is how many sockets do those start with? Do ascendancy skills starts with 5 sockets? And do items with skills show you how many sockets they have?
So if you have stuff that's inherent to your character, so that is to say, like and ascendancy skills do count as that, or things like so for example, default attack being also a supportable skill. These things get sockets based on your character level. Now I don't remember what the level is that you get. It's like late 80s. There's like that's the one where you get 5 sockets for all of those things. But effectively, as you level up, you'll get more sockets for that stuff. The ones that are inherent to items, those ones get sockets based on the eye level of the item. So effectively, a higher eye level base, if that base comes with a socket, that high level eye level base will have the thing. So I don't know if the trade site will show it correctly yet or not, but it is based entirely on eye level, which you can see. The trade site needs that will probably take some time to fully be like 100% like every single thing about it looking exactly the same as in game, just because there's like a whole bunch of work there. But we definitely want to make sure the trade site at least shows you everything that you sort of need to know. So awesome. I don't know whether or not they will be showing the sockets in that are in skills in gear, and I have a feeling it probably won't, because I know that skills in general on the trade site are kind of like a bit like because there's like a ton of work to make them work the same as in game. I think we're just going to be showing like names and levels, so it probably won't show the sockets on the site, but you can know that effectively there's just certain eye levels that the item is that when it does that, and then later on we'll like improve support on the trade site and get everything rendering exactly the same as in game, and then that'll be fine. But there certainly should be nothing on the trade site which you can't know about something that's important for trade, at least, even to start with. Yeah.
Awesome. Quick follow-up on ascendancy questions. A lot of people asked me to ask, regardless of the answer. Are we going to have like be able to see the full ascendancies before launch?
Good question. I don't know whether that's in the spoiler list or not, actually. What we're not going to have is like support for it on the website, which we were planning on doing because we wanted people to like just have all that stuff there. But I think we didn't quite get time to implement all that stuff on the website to get that working. It's possible we can still get them to post the ascendancies early. I'll have to talk to the community team and see whether or not that's planned. We might be able to do that. I'll talk to the community team and see what their plan is for that.
It is pretty much a 50-50, by the way.
On whether or not people want that?
Oh yeah, a lot of people don't want it.
Right.
I think
we did show quite a lot about the ascendancies already, so like in some ways it's just filling out the remaining stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the argument from people that do want it is that since it is like a hard lock thing, they want to like have a little bit of info there, and obviously most people really are appreciating that like we're going in blind, and that's pretty awesome.
Sure. Fair enough. I'll talk to the community team and see how they feel about it. So yeah, we might do it or might
maybe
not.
Just throw up a poll and see what more people want. But yeah, another question is a low life 50%?
No, it's 35. It's actually back to how it used to. It's back to how it used to be, and the reason is because that was changed up to 50%, mostly because of all the reservation related stuff in PoE 1, which is not a concern anymore. So that means low life can be 35 again, and that restores that to how it was before.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I was really curious about that. We were trying to figure out what it was. Cool. Force move, is that something that can be a keybind instead of taking up a skill slot?
So it works the same way as PoE 1. I guess that the thought with that is just like most people probably want force move on left click anyway, right?
Not necessarily.
I mean, I guess maybe not. Like I suppose we could change that, but hang on, can't you? Okay, so can't you change like? Because you know the skill binds that are like control W and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like you can control, you can change those to not be using control, right?
Yes, you can change all your keybinds. The main issue for a lot of people right now is they would like to have in just keybind settings force move to be like whether you put it on mouse button 1 or not. Right now, it's costing you a skill slot, and we're already a little bit for some builds a little bit short on that.
I would have thought that when you include the control, like they're more inconvenient, but like the control Q, control W, that kind of stuff, those ones, like, are you really using all of those as well? Because I feel like you could just use the like skill slot 10 or whatever the last one is, like at the end there, and then use that one as your force move, and then just rebind it to something that doesn't require precision control. And then if you do that, you should be able to use that. But like, I mean, I guess there's no real reason we couldn't change it to not use a skill slot potentially. But I guess I figure that it's not usually a problem at the moment if you're able to do that.
A lot of people want that for sure.
Okay, interesting. Well, I mean, look, I'll table it with the UI guys and see if they want to do it then.
Yeah. Also, pretty small sample size, but I polled the people watching on Twitch right now, and 77% are saying they do want to know. I actually thought it would be more people against.
Interesting.
Yeah, so do with that what you will.
Well, that's an interesting data point to have.
Yeah, curious. Right. I would like to hear a little bit more about towers and like buffing the maps and like
sure.
If you can talk about that a little bit, because before. The vibe I was getting as a player, it's felt a little bit like Synthesis like, where I would be like trying really hard to maximize my area and buffing it up, and that could maybe sound a little tedious. So yeah, I would just love to hear you talk about towers more.
Yeah, so effectively, so you unlock towers. The towers are, there's quite a few around, so you can always like, and the radius is actually quite large. And what that means is that generally speaking, the amount of things that get added, like the amount of breaches, for example, that you add when you use a breach tablet, generally speaking, you're going to be there's more in radius that could receive the breach than the number that than the number than the number that it's going to be adding.
Okay.
So for that reason, like 'cause I know there was some concern, that we had initially that like, because you have to like run maps to get to the tower in the first place, you're effectively consuming some of the maps you would have been able to use, that would have gotten buffed. And that is true, but because the radius is so large, and because like the number that they'll add, of breaches it might add might be like 6 or something, or 6, 7, something like that. It means that generally speaking, there'll always be more maps in the radius than there will, even ones you haven't run yet, than what you add.
Okay.
In terms of adding them to overlapping stuff, like because there's overlapping towers, you can still get a situation where like you want to try and maximize this.
Yeah.
But yes, you can only add one, use each tower one time. So effectively, like you want to find the tower, like go to it, add whatever mechanic you're adding, find some nearby towers potentially if there are nearby ones. Use those as well, like add them all, and then once you've done that, you get the overlapping radii for the mods, and then you run them. So effectively works like that.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, if you've got any specific questions about it, I can certainly answer them.
Can you use towers multiple times?
No, you can't. So just one time each.
Honestly, it's hard because again, I haven't played, which I love. I haven't played. I would just like, do you like it? Like, is it fun? Like, is it something you're confident that you think people will enjoy?
I mean, I think it's pretty fun.
Yeah,
I think it's pretty fun, but it's kind of like, look, it's one of those things we'll just have to see how it works in some ways. Like, what we don't really know is like what the long-term feel of it is, like when you actually really ramp everything to like max, and with but like what's the steady state like once you've reached the like point of just grinding forever? And that I sort of have a hard time knowing. Like we haven't done like. The amount of time we need to invest to be able to really test that is like more than what we have, so it's kind of hard for us to know that. But the actual, just like when you just play it normally, like it's cool, like it does work well, and I'm enjoying that. The hard part, yeah, as I said, the hard part to know will be like once you've got infinite resources and you could just like, you've got as much as you will it feel bad then? And I'm not sure about that. Yeah. I'm hoping not though. There are generic tablets as well, by the way, that don't relate to a specific mechanic. And those ones like add more general mods that just sort of affect all maps. So that's another thing as well, just so you know. So we've got that too.
That's very fun.
And I am sure that we're going to be playing around a lot with the mod pools and other things like this, and sort of like affecting the juicing experience is definitely something that needs a lot more actual testing to really know like how far that goes and how well it works. So I'm sure that will be an area that receives heavy balance as we're going through. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of doing early access, I guess.
Right.
I was yesterday on a podcast called Dropped Frames, and Ko and JP asked Ezekiel to make them a question for today's podcast that I said I would ask them. And Ezekiel asked, why was it a conscious choice to make the game more difficult than PoE1?
So, see, I guess I don't know that I would say that the conscious choice was to make the game more difficult because that makes it sound like the goal is we're going to make it more difficult. Whereas what the goal was to make the combat more engaging. And on some level that did make the game more difficult, but I wouldn't say that was like, this is what we're setting out to do, if you know what I mean. It's like we're setting out to make the combat good. And for me, at least, good combat involves some level of challenge. And so that's kind of what you end up with. So yeah, I guess that's kind of that's what it really comes down to. It's just, it's a natural part of that.
Cool.
I think that's really what it is.
Yeah, engaging combat. That makes sense. A cat in the community asked, will every attack from rapid fire give stacks of tailwind?
So it currently does. I know there was a discussion happening about this. One of the designers was unhappy about it, and so I think that I know there was a discussion recently that I haven't heard the result of about what's going on with that. I actually can't answer what the final state will be because I don't know. It depends on what they went off and did. But there was a discussion about it for sure. It was a balanced concern. That's what I know.
Yeah, I think that's why they were curious. So I've seen a lot of theory crafting and stuff. Yeah, so we have a few more Reddit questions here. I think we have a few thousand questions from Reddit, so I've just tried calling down. Good. This was one I found very interesting, and it was it's pretty rare to see someone so motivated after doing something for so long. Can you talk about what makes you so motivated?
I guess for me, I just want to make I want to actually make a game I'm happy with, and until I've actually done that, I think I won't be happy. You know what I mean? Like I just want to keep going. Like I was never fully happy with PoE1. There was always more to do. It's always like, oh, you know, like that's just, we're still not in a good place yet. And yeah, I want to make that perfect action RPG. So I'll just keep going until I've achieved that, right? And maybe that's impossible to like make something really truly perfect, but like I guess I'm just ultimately motivated to fix things.
Yeah.
Like I want, you know, I just want everything to be perfect, and so you know we keep going until we get to that point, which maybe isn't possible.
Cool.
As far as I know, that's what's driving me really.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. That's a great answer. I mean, it's very this like talking to you as well. It's very fun. So it's great. Keep it up. Next question is does hardcore still go to softcore?
Yes. So it works the same as PoE1.
So effectively, like I was thinking about actually starting softcore this time, but I could effectively just start playing on hardcore, die, and just continue on softcore then.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Yeah, sure. I mean, hopefully that will happen by the time you're like 3 areas in. So
okay,
but we'll see. But we'll see. We'll see.
Damn. All right. Oh wow. So like, yeah. How hardcore rival do you think it is for your first time?
I think that would be. I think it probably would really not be hardcore viable, just because there's going to be mechanics on bosses that you're going to need to learn. That being said, look, I mean, you can with enough grinding and like, you know, if you really over prepare for everything, right? You obviously can be very, you know, you can be successful. But yeah, like if you're playing at a regular pace, like, you know, bosses will kill you just due to like, you know, learn the mechanics. Like there are things that are subtle about them, and you know, you have to work them out. Or, you know, like obviously like you've never seen like everything is very well telegraphed, but like if you don't know what it's telegraphing, you know, like until you've seen the ability one time, you know, what I would say is if you were like playing behind someone and every single boss fight you like watched a video of someone playing it first before you fought it in hardcore, I think you could probably do it that way. But where's the fun in that, right? Like you want to experience all the stuff the first time yourself. So that I would say you can do. So cool. Yeah, that's I would say play softcore your first time, or at least play hardcore and die, and then play softcore the rest, and you should be all right.
Yeah, no, I was actually like bouncing between which one I should do, and then it was finally Ben that convinced me that I should play softcore because of server issues. And I think that obviously that is something we're all concerned about. So
I have a feeling like if there are server issues, it probably won't be that like it's like lag server side on the individual like on an individual instance. It's much more likely to be like back-end problems, which like boot off to, you know, 100,000 people get booted off kind of thing. Right. That's kind of like a different type, you know, rather than like a you know, like, oh, it's just crappy performance. Like I would hope anyway. I mean, you never really know, but like I just have a feeling it was much more likely to be those kinds of problems, like the like horrible back-end issue that I have to get up before at 2 a.m. to work out, rather than the like just slow grind.
Yeah. How?
But, yeah, hopefully we're able to solve that issue.
How confident are you feeling?
Like, it's hard to, apparently not very, if I'm if I'm saying like that. The issue is just like, you know, I really have no idea how many people will turn up on day one. Like we can look at supporter pack sales and we can say like, okay, well there's at least this number, but on day one, you know, we're not sure. And the other thing as well is that there are things like what's console going to be like? I just don't know really, like how many people will turn up there. It's really hard to say. It's very hard to feel confidence even though we're doing a bunch of testing and things like that, just because, like, you know, as I said, it's a new game, you never know what's going to happen. Like launches are just like notorious for like random issues, right? And it's not for lack of people trying to make sure that, like, you know, it's not like we're like, oh, you know, just cheaping out on servers or something like that, right? Like we will do our best to get as much as we can, but you just never know what kind of a random performance issue can go wrong. And the sucky thing about it is like you can make some really subtle mistake somewhere, and it results in like a huge amount of chaos for the players, because like, you know, you go over some weird threshold and you get some deadlock or some random thing happens, and it just everything dies. And so yeah, that kind of stuff really sucks. I really hope we can do well. I mean, the nice thing is, at least, is that it's all based on PoE1 backend stuff. Like, that's been tested to a pretty reasonable degree.
I'm sure it's going to be way over 100K for sure. We can do okay. But on the other hand, we may get more players than what our backend has ever dealt with before, and I think it's very, very likely at this point that will happen. So as I said, you can never really know.
I don't know if you're like comfortable sharing a number you're prepared for, but like, are you prepared for like 1 million players, for example? If that's something you're
well, a million is how many is what we're prepared for as far as instance capacity goes.
Okay.
We also are prepared to increase that as well, like in terms of just like talking to cloud vendors and stuff like that about like, what if we go over this? Like, do we have a plan for how we're going to scale up? Like that kind of stuff. So 1 million is the capacity that we'll have on day one, like before we know how many people we're going to get. And my hope is that that'll be enough.
Cool.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure we'll get it in 1 million. I don't think it's going to go. I think the chance of going above 1 million is pretty low, honestly. But you never know. You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, I think, as I said, I think the chance of going above that is pretty low.
He's thinking that there's not going to be 1 million people playing the game. Definitely not enough.
Let me say this on our full release when it's free. Like, I think the numbers will be much higher than 1 million. I think that's going to be very, very high, like absurdly high. But for a paid early access, I think getting to 1 million would be a very good success. Like that would be crazy. But yet I think that we might be on the way to it for sure. Yeah. As I said, 1 million is what we're. Because of the fact that we want to make sure we don't screw this up, 1 million is what we're getting for instance capacity. When I say instance, by the way, I'm talking about the actual servers that individual players play on, as opposed to like the back end, which is like where all the, which is the scaling challenge that's much more hard to know.
Cool.
Now, as far as like testing, like testing the back end and making sure it can work, the hard part there is like, can you simulate player numbers, like correctly enough to actually know what's going on? So we've got a synthetic test that goes up to 1.6 million in the back end before it falls over, and we want to try and improve that to 2 million before we launch, just so that we like can be like okay. But the thing is that that's a synthetic test, right? Like, we don't we write a bot that simulates what a player does, but like, what if we're just wrong about that? And like, people, and there's all sorts of numbers that you can play around with, like how often do people change areas, and how often do people, like, how many items do people pick up and not pick up, and like, we don't really know the numbers for that. And we can look at PoE1 and we can kind of assume that they're similar, and we can try and kind of like get things to like some kind of real world situation, but then it'll just be some other random thing we don't even think about that like players end up doing that we just don't even that can cause
definitely
the issue.
Not enough. So, I think we're gonna hit 1 million on
the other thing
launch,
as well is like, what if we just didn't like okay, so sure, we wrote it to that many players like as a test, but there could be like even more subtle elements.
How
like,
much, buddy? Just checking out this live stream.
Here's a random example we did
checking
think
out
about.
This Q&A,
but, like,
taking down some notes.
Just to sort of give you an example of the kind of subtlety that happens here. So we have processes in the backend called instance managers, which like deal with like effectively they just like know where all the instances are, like all the instances are, buddy? Like if they fall over, like if they keeping track of them effectively.
Yeah.
And we've got more than one of these, but like, to know which one to contact, you need to know, like, you need to have something.
What are you going to start as your starting class?
What is the thing that like that will tell you like which instance manager I should be talking to whenever I'm going to go to a new area? And so that we shard this based on the area, the area index.
It's all
and
good.
The thing that we realized recently was that like when everyone plays the game initially,
I just wanted everybody to be able to see it, and I wanted to be able to go over it myself.
Starting
Fire Chaos Minion Witch,
what's called G11, which is like the first area of the game.
And then
Monk, a bunch of those people, like,
chill,
there'll be a very similar amount of time
damage. Mainly going to be chill though. I want to do like shattering
so that means that
and
everyone will go
stuff.
from there to like the next area, and so that means like all the load's going to be on one of these instance managers, and then all the load's going to move to a different instance manager. If it's all going to happen at the same time, which means there's actually like the thing with having more of these is like completely defeated by just the way that will happen on launch. And like, that's not something that our load test would immediately notice, because like, we kind of have to think about how the actual players will actually be behaving.
The CC on it looks really good. It looks, just for the chill and the slow and everything.
That's what we did think
should
of.
be
but
good
like,
for melee combat.
There could be 200 other things like that we didn't think of that like, could result in problems. And so this is the kind of stuff that like, as I said, that you just never expect in the back end. So this is probably like way too much detail, and like I'm being way too
I love the
here,
transparency. It's really great.
But okay, but anyway, as I said, that's the kind of issue. So I'm hoping that whatever it is, is like really obvious, like whatever problem we do run into is like really obvious to us, so we can just fix it. But it's because the part that really sucks is like the thing fell over, like there's no crash, there's no like thing, it's just a bunch of people got disconnected, there's no logs, there's nothing for us to even latch onto it. That's like the really horrible type of issue that I really hope we don't run into. You know, you never know. We'll see what happens. I'm hoping it will be okay.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you could just do a surprise launch right now. Then there won't be like no one's expecting it. Just...
I got you, Darwin, for sure.
Well, there was somehow I don't think that's a good idea. So, I guess what'll be really interesting to see is how big do the queues get on. Yeah, that could be scary. But I think it'll be okay.
Are gonna suck.
I'm excited. I'm very hyped. Awesome. Thank you so much for the transparency there. That was more in depth than I was expecting, and yeah, love it. A question about ExileCon. Are there going to be more ExileCons? Will there be one before or after release? Like, what's the vibe there?
So we were actually originally planning to have one next year.
Sounds about right, for sure.
And
I know usually it's like 150K or so, 200K
just like,
for PoE 1 launches.
Man, do we really want to? Are we really, really wanting to be having to deal with another ExileCon this close? Like it's like, you know, we're pretty tired right now.
It's a lot of work.
I don't know if I can actually. It's a lot of work, and it is like a huge amount of work. So we're kind of like, you know what? We're not going to do one in 2025. So we'll think about the year after that. But we were, as I said, we actually originally like had made a booking and everything of like the venue, and we're actually keen. But then when we really looked at it, we were like, I worry that we're going to be like close to like like if we're like really close to the release at that point when that would have been scheduled, that could just be really like too much load on our studio all at one time, because running an ExileCon really is like, it is a crazy amount of work for the whole studio. Like it's just a huge amount of stuff. So I am almost certain we'll have another one. I just don't think we're just not going to have one next year, just because it's going to be too much going on, I think, for our studio. Because you know, it's really fun to run them, like even though it's all that work, like it is really fun to run them, and like having all the community there, like it's a really fun thing. And like if we had infinite resources, then having ExileCon right before the full release would be like the most amazing marketing opportunity, right? Like that would be great. But then the idea of having to do all of that and also get the release out at the same time, it's just like,
they still got to push PoE mobile when they're gonna get that out.
Makes sense. It's a lot of work. Question again about bosses. Is every single boss going to be you die once and it's over? Like, you know, you collect 300 Zeshduala splinters or whatever?
Right. So we've actually had quite a lot of conversations about this topic. With the 300 splinters thing, just to, by the way, is like they do come in stacks, so it's not like you have to fight 300 breaches to do that. But this was definitely a question. Should we allow more portals for some of these bosses? Because, like, you know, it's like the first time that you save up, the first time you're going to fight it, and then you just die instantly to some ability, and like, is that okay? And there were definitely some arguments about this. But we eventually decided that, we are going to leave it as one death for those bosses, just because we just want to make sure that there's integrity in the, you know, like in the boss fight, that you actually did have to kill it from top to bottom. It is one of those things, though, that like if it really was a problem, I guess we could readdress it. But like, I think we're pretty keen to go with just one death, even for those for the time being.
Cool.
But yes,
very interesting.
There was a lot of argument about it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like I'm gonna be hardcore hopefully most of the time. So once I figure the game out, so I was just mostly asking for softcore players. I'll be very curious how they feel about it. Cool. Okay, another question. How do you feel about safe mechanics like Toda? Like obviously, RuneScape is probably the game that comes to mind, where you can very, very much more than any game I can think of tailor exactly what type of content you want to be doing, right? Like if you want to, you can do completely safe content, or you can focus on like a really hard boss fight where it takes all of your focus. So yeah, what are your thoughts on like being able to tailor your custom content?
So, I mean, I would say that PoE is pretty strong in this regard as well, right? Like, you've got the ability to change the degree to which, like, how many mods you put on maps, and then, like, how much you're juicing things with mechanics for the towers, and, like, all sorts of stuff like that. So I would say that PoE is one of the games where you do actually have quite a lot of control. So, like, you can definitely get, like, look, if you're running a white map, there's not a huge amount that's just going to randomly kill you if you're powerful enough to deal with that. You should be okay. It really is the other the extra difficulty you add that makes it so that you're so that you're more you're more safe. And like especially now that the bosses have been moved out of the regular map, so that you can choose whether you're doing them or not.
Yeah.
Like you have even that choice as well. So yeah, I'm a fan of tailoring content difficulty, and that is the goal for us as well, right? Just like make sure that you can decide that.
Awesome. Yeah. No, me too. I'm a big fan of that. Very cool. So talking about playing hardcore and pausing and stuff. So let's say that I've opened an expensive boss fight. It took me a while to farm, and I'm halfway through the fight, and I'm like, "Oh, this is not going well. This is not going down well." But I don't want to leave either. Can I pause the fight and be like, "Steel Mage, I need help right now. Please come get me." And can he then like while I'm paused, can he come help me?
So so currently you actually can't like do things like accept invites and everything while you're paused.
Okay.
Now we actually had planned to allow you to do way more stuff while paused.
Yeah.
There was this whole pause rework we were going to do. We were going to change the interface so you can pause the game and still be able to like look at the rest of the interface and like kind of do certain things while paused or not. And then we could just make the decision of like what's allowed when paused and what isn't.
Yeah.
But we never got it. We unfortunately didn't get time to do it. So right now, you wouldn't be able to accept a challenge while pause. But that being said, you could like pause the game, message your friend, he sends you an invite, you unpause quickly, click accept, and then pause again, right? Like it is kind of possible.
Right.
And so there's kind of really no reason to like not allow you to accept an invite while paused for that reason, because like you can just kind of do that. Like that would be possible.
Cool.
And ultimately that would mean that you can kind of do that. The question then is like, can you get to the person in a fight? And that depends on the context.
Yeah.
Now, I don't actually know 100% of all the rules about this, about exactly what goes on. I believe that when you seashell to someone, as the players call it, that you go to the checkpoint of the last, you go to the physical location of the most recent checkpoint the player has.
Yeah.
And then from there you can go into the boss fight. So during campaign you can certainly just like get into someone's boss fight very easily.
Yeah.
What I don't know is what the situation is with regard to maps and exactly how that works. So I would have to check on that to work out exactly what you could do there. I am sure there's going to be all sorts of like exploits and like random issues around pausing and checkpoints as well, and like all of those things. Like I just have a feeling that there's going to be stuff. Like we obviously do our best to think of these, but I'm sure there's going to be some stuff. So there might have to be some tweaks to the rules later on here. But as far as I know, you can do that. I believe. So I'm pretty sure what should happen is, I think that for maps, the last checkpoint is like still in the map room.
Yeah.
Because there's no checkpoints in map. So I'm pretty sure what would happen is they'd go outside the map, they would be standing where the portals are, and if there's a portal available, they'll be able to go through that portal. And so if you moved the portal close to the boss fight before you went into it, because you can't use the portal while in the boss fight, then that would mean they'd be outside the boss fight. And so long as there's a way to get into the boss fight after the fact, it should work. So as far as I know, that should be how it works at the moment. But as I said, there might be individual rules that we can add or remove or whatever. Like there'll probably be tweaks to this, I'm sure.
Cool. Also, chat really wants me to correct you and say it's we call it swirly.
What? Okay.
Yeah,
For some reason, people around here call them seashelling.
Right.
I don't know where that. Maybe that's just in GGG slang for this.
That's funny.
Okay.
I mean,
it apparently looks like a seashell.
That is really cool, though. I'm obviously a little bit biased. Like, I would love to run like a boss service where I'm like coming to rescue people. So that'd be very fun.
Well, as far as I know, that should be possible right now. But as I said, we might tweak the rules.
Cool. A little bit of like a more random cutesy question with how do you feel about like mini games like fishing or just like things to do that aren't necessarily like the core game?
I don't know. Like some people find that stuff fun. I guess I see the mini games in PoE as more like the different league mechanics. So like those are the things that we're probably more likely.
You're gonna be sitting there fishing for
I
instead of playing the game,
wanting a fishing mini game for a long time. I guess look, we have boat support now, right? Like
I know.
from the hideout. so you never know, I guess.
Cool. Two-factor authentication, is that something we can see improvements of in PoE 2?
So this is one of those things where like it's trivially easy to add two-factor authentication. The hard part is all the support policy around what happens when people lose their second factor. And it's like Like, okay, so like, how do you verify someone who's lost the second factor? And then like, that's a whole thing that's all drama around this. And then like, you open yourself up to like all sorts of like support mistakes you could be making when with that kind of stuff. And like, it's notoriously like you have said this thing. And then people say, oh, you should just tell people that if they had two factor, then if they lose the second factor, they're just hosed. And it's like, well, you can say that now. Yeah. You say that right up to the point you do lose your second factor, and then you're like, why is there no recovery process for this? You know what I mean? Like, there has to be a recovery process. And then it's like, okay, so then how do we verify it? So then people are like, oh, you could like take government ID, and it's like, okay, well now there's like GDPR and privacy implications of this, and it's just kind of an endless rabbit hole of like random policy and horrible stuff, and so like we should have it, right? Like, absolutely, we should 100%. We should have two-factor. We just don't, and it's all because of that, like the tricky stuff around this. And like one day, I just have no doubt we will implement this. Yeah, it's we just need to dig ourselves out of the hole of all the policy issues with around support for this. That's the thing. And so what I will say though is just as a thing is that you can effectively outsource the two-factor on your account by using Steam if you want, because they have two-factor. And if Steam is the only login method on your account, then effectively you're just relying on their two-factor to be able to work. So you still have that option at least. Right. But yeah, we should add two-factor to the regular login system, and I want to add two-factor to the regular login system. It's just a question of getting time to sort through all the problems with it.
Speaking of regular login system, I can't remember if this was already confirmed, but do we still have both the standalone client and Steam?
Yep.
Okay.
We do.
Excellent. Another community question. So there is a limit of support gems, right? I can only use element control destruction on one gem. I can't use it on two gems.
Right.
Is that rule still the same on my weapon swap? Let's say that I have a lightning ability in one weapon swap and a cold ability in the other, but on both of these main gems, I want to use control destruction.
So there's one per character. It doesn't relate to weapon swap. Because the thing that I just want to clarify around this is that like it's not like you've got slots that are just like one versus the other, right? Like when you look at your skill screen, they're all just on one screen. That you just get to enable or disable certain skills for being used by a certain weapon swap. So there's no as far as the question goes, like it is one for your entire character.
Okay. When we saw like videos, somebody had a video going through the settings and stuff like that, and I did not see lockstep or predictive being there. Is that still a thing?
Why wouldn't it have been there? It could have been there. Okay, so
apparently it's only on the menu screen.
Oh yes, because you can't change it while you're in your while you're in game. But yeah, it should be there. As far as I know. One thing I will say is that predictive with WSD, sorry, not predict. Okay, let me get this right. Okay, so there is a mode called hybrid. And I think that with WSD, predictive turns into hybrid, but I'm not sure whether or not they've actually like fiddled around with the interface of this. Hybrid is the mode that consoles use, but I don't think it tells you about it because I don't think there's a setting for it on consoles. Right. But effectively, what that is, it's like it's somewhere in between predictive and lockstep. I guess I could like, and effectively, what it is that. This is kind of irrelevant, but effectively, with lockstep, when there's lag, internet lag, the whole game freezes. And with predictive, when there's internet lag, the game does not freeze. Hybrid is a mode where we still use predictive networking, but we still freeze everything when the server hasn't replied to you, and that's just because it keeps everything sync a little bit better, but prevents some of the issues that you get in predictive. That mode just works a bit better when you're using direct control with WSD versus and stuff without causing too many desync issues. So that's just a random detail there. But yeah, as far as I know, they still work, and they should be fine. What I worry about. And this is just random speculation on my part, is that like pretty much everyone in GGG plays in lockstep. Yeah. And so what that means is that like I worry that there won't be as much testing in predictive, and there could be like issues that happen in predictive that we're just not aware of because of the fact that like everyone's just playing in lockstep all the time. So it probably hasn't received the same testing as what what lockstep gets. So I would suggest to you play in lockstep if you can. Obviously, the issue is when your high latency is high. That's the sort of stuff that will be that I'm sure we'll get more testing as we go into early access as well. But just random thing.
A question I just thought of was in PoE 1, a thing that can happen is assets loading and being invisible if there were already loading ones. Is that a fixed thing in PoE 2?
Unfortunately, that's not fixed, and this is something that really, really bothers me. But look, it's something that we're going to be like I really want to fix that. I really, really want to fix it. Like it's the worst thing to me is that occurring. So we'll get to the point where that can occur. It's actually been made harder in PoE 2 because of the fact the assets are larger in general. You know, like higher resolution textures and higher resolution like models and stuff like that. So. I don't think it will necessarily be worse or anything, but yeah, it really sucks to me whenever a thing doesn't load. And so this is a thing that we will be working on and improving over time. I want to get to the point where it's just 100% the case that you never see an asset pop. Like that would be ideal.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Two-factor is good. I wish we could get like a little key fob like they used to do for two-factor or like Final Fantasy 11 and stuff like that.
Especially for people with
maybe
slow
a
connections,
cool one, made specifically for PoE.
Files before the 6.
And yeah, there's a ton of information in his brain for sure.
So the concern there would be what do you call it? Data mining.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the concern with that.
My question is pre-download / data mining.
Yeah. I'll like we're definitely more vulnerable to data mining for PoE 2 than we are in PoE 1 usually, just because like there's so much more new stuff, like just the whole campaign being something people haven't played. So like it's that would be the concern. I guess I do understand the why you'd want this though. I guess I'll just have to talk to. I just have to talk and see how we feel about it. Like, yeah, the concern is data mining though. That would be the reason not to do it. That would be that's really the issue.
I'm a big fan of like that it hasn't been data mined yet. At least I love that.
Right. It will be interesting to see how fast the data mining occurs. Like, obviously, when you've got a thing like this, like a lot of people. Now, we do have some stuff to improve. Like certain things will be harder to data mine than they were in the past. But on the other hand, there are some things the client just has to have, and if the client has to have it, then there's just no way to prevent data mining.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, it has to be on the client for the client to be able to be able to see a
maybe
mod
have
on
a
the client.
fob that can either give you a code or like read your thumb or
so
something.
On some level, you've got to have that stuff. So yeah.
Cool, makes sense. Is rarity multiplicative or additive with map / monster rarity?
You mean so player rarity is player rarity is multiplicative with the map rarity, yeah. Okay. So that's still the case.
Right. Yeah. A question about what leagues are, because obviously we are still going to have leagues in PoE 2. What are they going to be based around? Right now they're being inspired by other games. Is that still going to be the case?
Oh, I mean, that's always the case, right? We're always looking at other mechanics. I mean, ultimately, it comes down to what is cool. And so that means that all we're really doing when we're looking at other games is like, is there something we can notice here that could inspire us to be cool? But like, it doesn't have to be another game. It could be a movie or like just some random other thing. Like, you never know where the inspiration is going to come from. But that stuff can definitely happen. Just, can we come up with a cool mechanic? That's all it comes down to.
Yeah. Is there any game off the top of your head that you're like, do we really want to find a way to get this in PoE that inspires you?
I don't know that I can name one right now. If it's like anything that would have happened like that, we probably already made a league for it. Yeah. So it would have to be something recent, and we haven't been talking about leagues in PoE 2 yet, so we haven't had like a brainstorming session about that yet. Yeah. As I said, I don't think I can come up with one at the moment.
Awesome. And it's pretty much the final question here. I kind of tried to avoid open-ended questions, but is there any particular large engine changes with PoE 2 that allows you to do something that you've always wanted to do in PoE 1, but you weren't able to?
So most of the changes, like engine-wise, are actually on PoE 1's engine because we wanted to merge them so that we can make all the assets transfer.
Yeah.
Probably one of the largest changes that is different between PoE 1 and 2 is the global illumination system. And what that kind of means is that so like any and this was like we had GI in PoE 1 as well, but it kind of works differently. So like effectively, the nice thing that you can do with a really good GI is that you can light objects without having to actually place lights in them. Like they just get lit by the glowing parts, and so you just get a really nice like soft form of lighting from certain things. And certain areas can actually be lit entirely with the GI system, which is just really nice. Like you get the ability to do some lighting that's just really quite different than what PoE 1 has been capable of.
Nice.
So yeah, like that's pretty cool. Trying to think if there's anything else that like we didn't actually port over, but not really. Like, because we've tried to get everything as much as possible to be the same. Just for asset portability. There's quite a lot of stuff to do with like one of the engine features we have is the ability to read this is like real technical stuff, but to read the material that's on the ground and use that in the shader of a thing that's sitting on top.
Yeah.
And that lets you do things like, for example, we use that in the, the bear slam. Yeah. When the bear does a slam, like the actual ground that's under the bear, like the chunks of rubble that come up are like red from the ground that's actually there. So that kind of like fits to the area. So that's kind of cool.
That's very cool.
And there's a few, that's actually used quite a lot, like in more subtle ways. The bear is like really obvious because it's like big chunks of terrain that kind of come up. So that's like another one.
That's very cool.
What's another one that's like PoE 2 only? I'm not sure. As I said, most of the things get moved over. Like, I mean, look, one of the things that's gone on generally is that all of the we've upgraded the part. So we used to use in PoE 1 originally a like CPU based particle system, and then for most of PoE 2's development, we've had this like GPU based particle system, and that just means that the particles can look way nicer. And like that is available in PoE 1, but it's just like all those assets were made like a long time ago, right? So they all use the old system. So like just what we're doing with particle systems now is just like way cooler, in my opinion. Like just like a lot of the graphics, like there's stuff like the particles will respond to like wind in the environment. So like if you have like explosions, you can have like wind events on the explosions that will cause like other particles that are around to just get pushed away and stuff like that. Like there's just like little cool things like that.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so I don't know. There's just like there's nice little touches, but as I said, all that stuff is theoretically available in PoE 1. It's just it would require us like redoing a bunch of effects to actually take advantage of it. Yeah, probably some of the newer stuff in the leagues probably does, but most stuff isn't that. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully that answers some of those questions.
No, that was great. Actually, I thought of another thing. Guild tabs. Guilds are not transferring over to PoE 2. What about guild stash tabs?
So because of the fact the guild isn't, it means the stash tabs aren't either. And that's kind of unfortunate because I would want that to happen. But in order to, the guilds just aren't integrated across both games. So therefore, because one guild owns the tab, that guild isn't across, like therefore the tabs are where they are. And as I said, that's really not a like policy decision. It's just a kind of technical decision. So I suppose in order to fix that, we'd have to merge the guilds of PoE 1 and 2, and like I wouldn't even be against that idea. It's just requires more work than what we have time to do, unfortunately.
So the answer is basically we will have to buy the stash tabs again, right?
You will for that, yes, unfortunately. But as I said, I just wish that wasn't the case, but it just is, unfortunately, just due to the way that we couldn't get the guilds merged.
No, that's fine. Sarah, is PoE Mobile still being worked on?
It's not being worked on right now. Like we put it on hold when we as we realized that we needed the resources, and effectively the people who were working on that they then were the ones who then were taking over the console interface for PoE 2. So what that meant was that we suddenly had a team that could actually
who's going to make the guild and all that stuff and everything like that when we get on.
So the intention
I'm not sure if Kiki's going to start the same day. I'll be in the queue on day one.
Is fine. Like all the interface stuff is like all resolved. Like we're out of early access. We're kind of like everything's good. Then would be keen to restart the console version. The mobile version again. But for the time being, we're not working on it. We'll just have to get to the point where like feel okay, the console version of PoE 2 is like is good enough that we can get some of the resources and move them over again.
Awesome. I don't know if the last one's like a question. I just want to throw my hat in the oh my god, please let us mute other player sounds. I hate the goblin troops. I want to throw my hat in that.
Okay.
So much.
Understood. Yeah, understood. I'll talk to them about it.
Awesome. That was pretty much all the questions I had. Like, thank you so much. Like, we are a few days out for launch and you're taking time to do this. We all the community super appreciate it. Thank you so much. And we're very excited to play PoE 2 when it comes out.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you very much for giving me a chance to talk to you guys again. It's always fun.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much. And for everybody watching on both YouTube and Twitch.
All right.
Try to die. That's
See you
the
later, guys.
servers do. Awesome. All right, bye. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Bye. No problem. All right, I've got something to. I have to go shut off the stream myself, I guess. All right.
Nah, it's
Here
all
we go.
good. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Awesome. There it is, chat. There it is. That went pretty well. I hope I didn't cough too much. I'm still pretty sick, but my fever's mostly gone. I hate being sick. Man, it's so split. Whenever I ask a question, there's like some people like, that's the dumbest fucking question I've ever heard. And some people are like, that's amazing. And I'm like, bruh, I guess that means they're good questions if they're equally like representing and not representing people. I also feel like a lot of people are like thinking like all the questions are for me, but like most of these questions are from other people. I had like 4 from me. But hopefully, hopefully you like them. Your questions were ultra good. Thank you all. Here are my goblin troops? No, fuck your goblin troops. Oh, that's great. Do you feel satisfied? Yeah, I mean we've already had a lot of good interviews. In my opinion, every person's
100%.
interview is good because you get such a different approach. I know I've seen like every person that does the
They've been
interview
doing
gets
such a
some
great
form of
job.
backlash.
Jonathan's
But
been doing
I
a great
love that
job
they do
running
so
around
many
doing all these
different
interviews
because
and giving all
get
this
so many
information out.
insights in different parts of the community. So I love that they do multiple and not just one. I think it's really good. And thank you so much for all the subs and resubs. I super appreciate that. Super appreciate that. He's doing so many interviews. Yeah, it's crazy good. No.
Oh, baby? But yeah, I don't know if this is gonna keep going. Let me see what he's gonna do.
Do pre-download like 3 hours ahead or 6 hours ahead. I hate data mining, but I'm biased. I mean, we're all biased, right? We're all biased to our situation. What's your opinion on the leaked walkthrough by Fextra Life? Oh, I mean, I fucking hate Fextra Life. I agree with Lily, who posted a very based tweet saying they're a scourge on gaming as a whole. Or a blight? I think the blight was what she said.
Yeah, bro. Did you see
like,
all the drama
if it
about
was
that?
only that they've done like 5 or 6 shady things, that's fine, but it's like 10 plus, and it's like at some point people should stop giving them any opportunities. This is actually mad, yeah. Just because of the embed thing? No, there's just so many things. The embed thing's definitely a big part of it. I think Fextra Life gets a lot of hate, but I personally think they don't get enough. I agree, Salty Dane. I agree. I've heard so many slimy things from them from like actual companies too. So like, I really dislike them.
All right. I think that's
Fextra Life. If you're reading this, ignore the positive comments. Based. Hope you feel better. Yeah, I'm a lot better now. There's a lot of people that tuned in. Man, some guy posted during that on YouTube, like he's ignoring YouTube chat. It's like, brother.
all right. So the whole thing behind it, I was actually talking about it earlier. Basically there was so PoE, they sent out copies for what they consider traditional gaming media, games media. And Extra Life was one of the people that was sent the information, sent the copy. Yeah, you know, IGN, sure, but I didn't even know about this Extra Life stuff. And then I started looking into it, and man, I tell you. But basically, it says right here, to clarify, some traditional game been given access to review versions of the game. Part of the stipulation that media were given is that this is for review purposes only. They may share their opinion of the game, but are not allowed to produce guide-style content from this version that would spoil the discovery of the game or post unedited playthroughs. They're not playing on the same servers as early access version, so none of their progress will be kept. In addition, all of the content they produce is embargoed until the release of early access on the 6th. So no content is supposed to be posted until then. So even if they did post, it should have just been a review. It should have literally just been a review. But on, let me see. Let me go back to my page. Actually, yeah. Like Mathel. Okay. So I reposted a bunch of stuff. But the main one is this. Okay, so this was from Fix Your Life. So they literally had guides and walkthrough, builds, boss guides, new player help, endgame, da-da-da. And then I was like, okay, whatever. Sure, brother. But I was like, all right, whatever. So I went and I checked it out myself just to look around. Well, everything had already been taken down, right? But another scummy thing is like their wikis. So this is the Elden Ring wiki that belongs to Fix Your Life. Okay, huge ad space. Like, so this is our regular wiki. This is the wiki that PoE actually pays for us to have, and like we're the ones that are supposed to maintain it. But it's it's space for us to actually have correct information and everything like that. This is what this guy's doing, and he's again. He's only supposed to be using this version to put out a review. Like, and that's it. It's not supposed to be him making guides or anything like that. This is literally just for a review. But he's literally working on it, like, as things were going on. I think somebody else had, let me see. That one's old. There was another one though. That was one that literally showed, like, how on the wiki you can actually see when people are like modifying it and stuff. And so there was one that this Pathofexile 2 almost here. That actually showed like it being modified at the same time. So things were still being added, but they were just being set to like not be viewable yet. And we're talking guides and everything like that. It's super, super scummy. Like, ridiculously scummy. But yeah, I don't know. It was somewhere around here. But there's so many posts about it. Nobody's happy with how it ended up playing out and everything. So let's go ahead and take a look at Darth microtransactions vid. You said it was a good vid. 16 minutes. Let's take a look.
Okay, so I kind of wanted to take a second here away from the heavily edited comedy, infotainment type of stuff, and have a conversation about something that I think is like actually important. I notice in the comments that I'm getting on the live streams, as well as the YouTube video, as well as what I'm just seeing from like the demographic that's enjoying this type of content, is very primarily there seems to be a significant number of new players into going into Pathofexile 2. I'm talking people that never played Pathofexile 1, maybe even people new to the genre itself. And the thing about it is a lot of the content that you're seeing is either presuming previous knowledge of not only the game, but of conversations that maybe have arrived around the ARPG genres and Pathofexile in particular. One such example would be things like build guides. Okay, you'll see people that would suggest, like I typically suggest, just play the game. You see people that suggest use a build guide, etc. Or there will be conversations like meta conversations around like, should you use a build guide? What does it actually mean? But the reality is a lot of people coming in aren't even familiar with like these types of concepts. So what I want to do in this video is just kind of give a general talk on Pathofexile 2 in my basic suggestions in terms of just enjoy the game and some things to kind of avoid for people that are maybe entirely new to not only the game, but the genre. Pathofexile 2 is what, in my opinion, is going to be sort of a rare breed in ARPGs. It's sort of a meeting pot where we're seeing people come from Pathofexile 1, we're seeing people come from Diablo 4, we're seeing from Last Epoch, and from all of the ARPG genre, people are sort of meeting in the middle, and you can see some conflicting opinions, conversations, around the game overall, and it can be kind of confusing. So for Path of Exile 2, I want to just right from the beginning say this. It is, in my opinion, going to be like a generational type of game because we are seeing so many people come to it. I think it's going to be the type of game, unless it's just like a super early hot take and ends up being absolutely terrible and this ages like milk. I think this game is legitimately going to be like the pinnacle of ARPGs, or at least up there for a while. And it's going to be 5 years, 10-year plus style of game, just like Path of Exile 1 was. On the release of the original Path of Exile 1, it took some time to get to the point where we saw all of the things and now has into it and to earn the respect and all of that of the people by so long. And you probably have thought when you see Path of Exile 2, like one of the most common comments I see is that Path of Exile 2 seems like extremely overhyped, or I don't believe the hype, or it seems like people are just jumping on the hype train. I want to address that is sort of one of the first points. Part of the reason you're seeing this and people like myself coming up here and being so excited about this, because I've been very vocal before about games like Ashes of Creation or Star Citizen, like these games that I see so much hype for to levels that seem astronomical and promises of what it's going to deliver and basically promise to be the next thing in the genre. It's hard for me to believe these level of hype when I see them because of how much press I'm seeing around it. And a lot of times these are in early access, much like Path of Exile 2 is going to be. So you're probably seeing some like contradiction in terms of like, how can you be so excited when you typically aren't so excited in like early access in these other games, but yet everyone's so excited in Path of Exile 2. And if you're new to the Path of Exile game or the genre or the company and its reputation, that's probably very confusing. It can almost seem like maybe it's like a scam, or I don't really get why is this one so it's still early access, it costs $30 to get in, like what's going on? And so the first bit to answer that is GGG, which is Grinding Gear Games, the company that has basically developed Path of Exile 2 as well as obviously Path of Exile 1, has earned a reputation over the last 10 years of under promise, over deliver. Not only the quantity of content they've pumped out for the original game, but the quality of content in terms of cadence, performance, and you can kind of go down the line, but has been fairly significant. I myself am fairly newer within Path of Exile. And I say that only having 1,400 hours in, which is still only in any other game that'd be an expertise, but that's because of the, the quantitative amount of content you see in Path of Exile 1. But even during my time in the game, I have seen both the quality and quantity of content come to the original Path of Exile 1 in just the amount of time. So first of all, you have statements, performance of actions, as well as things like transparency. When they have an issue, they basically come up, say exactly what the issue is almost immediately, etc. I think a good example of this would have been there was a major patch that was trying to be deployed in order to get Path of Exile 2 ready. In the most recent delay, they're delaying it from November 15th to December 6th. They had to kind of come up there with just a fairly heartfelt apology, we're really sorry, here's what's going on, and it's believable would be a terminology I would use. The other part I'm going to use, which is it is going to be personal information as opposed to, more objective information. But I've had the opportunity to speak with the devs in person, off camera, that was not used as content. And I've got to tell you, while I enjoyed the game of Path of Exile 1 before, I started what I would consider trusting the game or the company, or at least having belief in the company, which is something that I believe in modern society, belief in companies is sort of a foregone. I mean, it's very, very rare that there's actually a company you believe in or a product you believe in. People have become skeptical for good reason due to under-delivered promises from larger corporations, et cetera. So people don't really tend to give that faith in a product or company very often. But in my communications and interactions, I'm going to say with Jonathan Rogers in particular, the man who's sort of the major lead on the Path of Exile 2 project, I have come to wholeheartedly believe the man is multiple things. One of which is a person that actually knows his product demographic and how to accomplish what he's setting out to do, actually enjoys the own game in which he is playing and understands the game as well as an honest person. So I have some personal belief in the company due to the nature of the person that is primarily representing the company, if that makes sense. Okay, so that's my personal reason that I am allowing myself to sort of get on the hype train for Path of Exile 2, as well as hopefully somewhat of an answer as to why you're seeing so much of a hype train from so many different creators within the ARPG scene. It's more than just everyone is trying to farm the latest game and we'll go farm the next one. There's always that percentage of it. Obviously, I'm going to post videos for the game that's the most hype in the ARPG scene as now, but there is legitimate belief in the company as well as the product behind it, with basically every creator that you could think or name. I don't really know, to be honest, of anyone in the field that I've talked to personally, professionally, whatever you want to call it, that feels other than like an overwhelming faith in the company, essentially, which is exceedingly rare in the gaming ARPG market. Now, another conversation you might see as, tending to Path of Exile 2, if you are a newer player, is about blind. There's been some recent drama. I won't go into this about, stuff getting spoiled. There wasn't really anything major spoiled, but in terms of should you go into the game blind? Should you use a build guide? Like, why is this such a big conversational point? And there's multiple reasons behind this, and I'll just kind of explain this for people that might decide to play the game and want to really know what the decision is to make. I myself, as someone who, would benefit from you watching and absorbing my content, would actually heavily recommend to you to basically do the opposite, which is I would suggest to keep yourself as clean and virgin snow as possible in terms of how much content that you absorb with the game. The only reason I say this is because Path of Exile 2 in and of itself is actually doing a very good job, in my experience of playing it, of explaining the game to you. I don't think this is a situation in which you need to download build guide. I know you people don't really have guides out, at the moment, literally anyway.
Virgin Snow. I don't know about that, Darwin. You're a lot of things, but
as often as some of the other games. But I don't think this is a game in which you have to download 13 billion programs and all of that in order to be able to enjoy it from the beginning. I think this is the type of game that you can, as a newer player, go into it and actually have the game itself sort of handhold you, at least from the beginning, to be able to understand it. And if you hit a wall, feel free to absorb these other things. I do think there will come a point.
I'll believe it when I see it. Did you come out of another woman's uterus or something?
Do some research, but I do think there is an argument to be made that going into the game and experiencing for yourself is now a possibility. This might seem contradictory due to, if you've done any research about the original Path of Exile game, you're going to see almost always unanimously people recommending you to have a build guide from the beginning.
That's crazy.
And that's because Path of Exile 1 did not do the things that Path of Exile 2 are doing in order to handhold you, teach you the game, or keep
the only way I'll accept it. I got to see it, though. You got to have it recorded somewhere.
Can be salvaged in the in-game. It was more difficult in Path of Exile 1 to be able to get an enjoyable experience without some outside information. This is probably the most common complaint of Path of Exile 1. I'm sure you had a good time. And is a large portion of the reason that the Path of Exile 1, while it was considered a great game, didn't 100% dominate like all of the market and everyone's unanimously playing it on console and PC, and it's just like obvious it won, is because Path of Exile 1 is not very friendly to new players. And that is why you see so much recommendation.
So it's not just that, though. Initially, PoE 1 was trash. It was hot garbage when it first came out, which is why no matter how much improvement it got added down the line, I can't say that it dethroned Diablo 2. What's going to dethrone Diablo 2 is going to be PoE 2, and PoE 2 will be the new gold standard, in my opinion, as far as ARPGs go. That's my personal opinion, and that's what I'm sticking to, because everything after D2, like D2 to me is still one of the best games all around. Does it offer the same amount of depth as newer games? Obviously not. Does it offer the same amount of content? Obviously not. It's not going to be as big of a game because, I mean, just look at the size of the game itself on the install. But at the end of the day, for what it was when it came out, it is still one of the best games ever made. And PoE 2 is definitely going to take that and take it to a whole nother level. And that's going to be the new standard for what ARPGs should be when they come out.
around spreadsheets and build guides and programs, etc. And I think Path of Exile 2 is going to do a phenomenal job, in my experience of playing the game, at avoiding these same pitfalls for the newer players. So I don't think that's something you need to worry about as well, which is part of the reason I would suggest to you to maybe play the game for yourself before you actually go down the rabbit hole of try-hard min-maxing. Now, if there are a type of player that are hyper-competitive players, or they get the enjoyment from games, from progressing as quickly as possible, if you're one of these people, I absolutely understand. I played League of Legends for 10 years, and I had a roommate at the time who we would play every single day together, and he was more competitive than myself. And I won't say I'm casual, because I definitely wasn't casual in League of Legends, but my mentality was different around more having fun. But like, I also wanted to climb rank, as opposed to like climbing rank is the purpose of having fun. They were sort of different. So
1000% it's gonna crash. There's no way that it's not gonna have issues at the very beginning, but if anybody can pull it off and make it work and get us in a queue and get us going within the first 30 minutes to hour, it's GGG. Like, I think at most we'll lose a couple of hours. I don't think we're gonna lose a whole day, David. That's my personal opinion, because GGG's done so, like, they have progressively gotten so good at these releases. And like the last three in a row have been just smooth as butter. And so I can only assume that they're like trying to maximize what they can handle. I know he was saying that they've literally set up to at least hold 1 million people. And so if we surpass that, then, you know, hey, that's GG for them in general. But he also said, Jonathan Rogers also said that they're gonna have, you know, ways to expand, so that way if we get more than 1 million people, they'll be able to expand and make it easier for us. Now, that doesn't mean we're not gonna have crazy queues. I guarantee we're gonna have some crazy ass queues. But yeah, if anybody can pull this off, it's GGG. And I'm hoping, I'm praying that we get a smooth launch, at least semi-smooth. You know what I mean? Maybe some turbulence, but you know, I'm hoping within an hour or two of the launch, it should be actually launched, and I'll be on the game streaming to you all and learning the game with you.
So I can understand those concepts, and I know that this is fundamentally something that's just different nature of different people, and there's nothing wrong with that. So if you want to go down the min-max try-hard strat, you know, 07 to you. I hope you blast through the campaign and enjoy it. The other reason I think a lot more people are going to be coming into this game from outside of the Path of Exile community is obviously crossplay, cross progression, couch co-op, and also the campaign itself is doing a much better job at actually being a campaign, as opposed to just continual boss fights or minions you slash through. There's actually a cinematic that sort of sets up what the story is actually going to be. There's continual other cutscenes in between the acts, and even if you're not really fully paying attention, you can sort of pseudo understand what's going on just by nature of the way they present the game from the beginning, which I think is significantly more enjoyable. I also think that if you're not worried about blasting through, listening to the voice lines, etc., Path of Exile 1 did a phenomenal job at actually having fantastic voice acting, having great music. The audio in general in the game is actually very enjoyable, so I think Path of Exile 2 is going to be the type of game that you can actually play through and enjoy from a more standard video game playthrough, if you understand what I'm saying, as opposed to only a systems-based ARPG in which the only thing that matters is items, power, build, etc. I think once you've put a certain amount of hours into the game becomes that, but I think for most people that are deciding to play through the game near the beginning of the game, I absolutely can recommend to you that I don't think there's anything wrong with just playing the game through like a standard game in the beginning. So these are a couple of like the primary points of conversation that I'm actually seeing being brought up in the game in particular. I think that these are my thoughts on the matter, and to be honest, I hope that you all just have a really great time. To the people that are already part of the Path of Exile community, I implore you to welcome other people into the game. I think Path of Exile 2 is going to be the great melting pot in which all of the other genres and other people outside of the genres, etc., are going to come in. And I've very often seen the argument where it's like, hey, maybe you should play Path of Exile. It's the greatest ARPG in the genre, and you guys firmly believe that it is. I am of the same opinion, but then every now and then I would see the same type of people that are saying, Path of Exile is the best, ever. This is the game you should play. Why are you playing other games? And then some people come in to play Path of Exile and are overloaded with the information, etc., and then they get told, well, just go play Diablo 4. You're not smart enough for this game or something. So I would completely recommend to people that are like myself, that are enjoying Path of Exile and have some hours into it, to go back and
let's see. It'll be cool if they accidentally release it earlier than expected, like there won't be server issues. Oh boy. Yeah, no, I don't think that's gonna happen. And those guys, those guys. No, I'm Jonathan Rogers was even saying he's not even particularly comfortable with them like giving the download link early because people are gonna data mine like right away.
Remember what it felt like the first time you played it, and to be friendly and welcoming to the new people coming into the community. And I think that this also would extend to people like content creators. I understand there's also some arguments to be made about whether or not putting up build guides and all of this information early can be considered bait or not. But I think it's a fantastic opportunity in Path of Exile 2 to sort of have a great reset and really enjoy the community, being positive and hyped around a game that is actually going to be fantastic, and to have that community grow. If Path of Exile 2 is what I believe it will be, then I do think in this type of scenario, Path of Exile 2 is going to be the greatest ARPG in the genre and does not need to have anything be proved. I think it will prove itself, and therefore we don't need to sales pitch to other people it's the greatest and go out and kind of do all of that type of stuff. I think it will speak for itself, and you can, if you're a Path of Exile huge fan, you can rest assured in the fact that Path of Exile is essentially winning the fight by proof of good gameplay. So that would be my argument to everyone outside of the community, inside of the community. I hope you all enjoy the game. I myself am going to enjoy the game a lot, and it's one of these types of games where it doesn't even matter if I was making content on it. I would be playing this game regardless. I legitimately enjoyed every second of me playing when I flow down to test the early access. All of the positivity you're seeing from other people, I can attest to, are legitimate from the people who have actually played.
So, DM definitely had a good take. That's a W take for sure. And I hope he has a good release, and I hope everybody, plays and enjoys themselves. Honestly, I agree with him. Go in, play it the way you want to play it. And then, maybe later down the line, you might want to min-max, so you'll probably look up something that's similar to your build or something that somebody else is doing. Personally, I'm going to try my best to stick to what I choose, especially since ascendancies are going to be permanent, at least currently. So that's going to be my primary thing. And I'm going to be going monk and cold damage and whatnot. I was looking at this thing, but it really doesn't give us that much information. And honestly, it doesn't make the changes that should be here anyways. So technically speaking, this starting area right here for each of the classes should change based on the class that you are. So, and the reason that is because the starting areas are so easy to get to, they actually wanted to make it to where if you're pathing to like a different section, you can easily use the modifiers that are in these areas for yourself. But yeah. So there's literally three versions of trees, because there's 2 for each class that start at the sections, and then there's going to be a third one for if you're another class. But we can look here. Let's see what they got. All the yellow ones, these are nodes that they do know, and then the red ones are ones that they don't know, and then all of these like white ones are they're either basic ones or they don't have anything on them. Now, just for myself, I know for sure I'm going to take this route right here to get extra attack damage. Because I know for a fact the skills that I'll be using already have a fair amount of flat damage. So the percentage to attack damage would be good. And then more attack speed, of course, is good. And then I would probably end up taking... that's daggers. Very effective stabs. Cover 3 life on kill. I mean, recover 3 life on kill seems pretty good. But that brings me back here, which is movement speed, evasion, max energy shield. And then... So, from what I can tell, energy shield's going to be huge for Monk. Especially since you can double it using meditate. Or meditate with the Acolyte right here. Or, not Acolyte, what is it? Invoker. So this gives you meditate right here, and basically whatever your energy shield is going to double it. So if you have 2k energy shield, you get 4k, 4k you get 8k, so forth and so on. I'm definitely going to be using I am the Blizzard. This one's good because it throws down shock ground, and there's a higher chance for you to do it. So that increases damage. So you can literally use one shock skill, you know, maybe a heavy shock skill to throw down shocks, and it'll throw down shock ground, which guarantees shock on the enemy. And so this one's melee critical, and so when they were talking about it, critical is really not going to be something that you want to aim for 100%. Just for the fact that you're going to be losing so much more. This will definitely be a node that I want right here. I can already see myself kind of going through here probably for increased attack speed and cast speed, mana regen. And then also here and back around. This. Then right here for the cold. And so probably just work my way back like this, whatever the case might be, just to save some points. But after that, I don't know if we could search in here or not. Let me see. Cold. Okay, so cold damage is over here. Cold penetrates over here. And then there's other nodes over here. Breath of cold, damage penetrate. Okay. Okay, so there's a lot of penetrate for cold. Increase freeze buildup. Gain 25% of cold damage and extra fire damage against frozen enemies. So that's just straight damage boost against frozen enemies. And then straight up here is just cold damage increases and cold skills. So like that's, you know, that gives me a good chunk. And then I'm sure there's probably life on here somewhere. Life. Gain 20 life per enemy killed. I think 3% is fine. Over 3% life on kill is fine. I don't think we need any more than that. Recoup. Looks like recoup's gonna be a thing for us as well. Unless we go energy shield, but that'll be yeah. Life recharges instead of energy shield. Life recover from flask applies to energy shield instead. That could be an interesting one if we want to go energy shield. Aren't there regular life nodes though? There's definitely a bunch of stuff missing. There has to be a bunch of stuff missing. if that's the case. Unless you're just supposed to go energy shield, like straight out the gate with monk. There's a regenerate life. And there has to be some max life nodes somewhere around here. So there's definitely a lot of stuff missing. Let's see, chill. We got gain a power charge when you shock a chilled enemy. 50% increased duration of elemental ailments on enemies, 50% increased effective chill, 15 increased effective shock. So there's gonna be a lot of nodes. Unaffected by chill during dodge roll, reduce effective chill on you. I'll be a monk, 100%, David. I'm gonna be a monk and I'm gonna be an invoker. This is a tree that somebody put together. It has a fair amount of the nodes, so all of the yellow spots are nodes that they know what they do. The red ones are things they don't know, and then all the white ones, of course, are like either going to be stats or they're going to be like little nodes like this, 10% increased projectile speed, etc. Over life on kill, chaos damage. Then this is the same spot where the shadow is going to come out. And then down here, of course, it's I think it's the ranger and mercenary, right? No. It's the ranger and the huntress, I think. I know down here is obviously going to be the duelist and stuff. Strength. Strength int. Hierophant will be up here. Yeah, and I'm just looking over this hodgepodge tree. More than likely, since I'm using attacks, I'll have to get some accuracy as well. And so big node wise, there's not a whole ton of these here. Increased accuracy rating with one-handed melee, increased accuracy rating with two-handed melee. Melee strike range should be a big plus for monk, honestly. I don't need reduced accuracy rating. Maybe I'll get it. I don't know. Increased global accuracy. Attack damage stuff. There's definitely a lot of nodes missing if that's the only accuracy. There's some more accuracy down here. That, or I'm gonna have to add it into like one of my auras or something. No, this is literally a hodgepodge. This doesn't have all the nodes, Darwin. I'll link it to you either way, but I think monks at this, like, I think they're gonna be OP end game, but they're definitely gonna be they're gonna be evasion based and energy shield based. You know, once we get to the high end portion of it, they'll probably even be CI at one point. I'm pretty sure CI is up here at the top too. Yeah, see, Chaos Inoculation is still up here at the top. It's really not that far from the starting point for Monk. And there's a lot of energy shield. There's a lot of energy shield nodes here for Monk. So you could literally build energy shield from this point. Use your life flask to refill the energy shield. You can get maximum energy shield per 12 evasion rating. So yeah, you're going to be an energy shield evasion build eventually. I think early on we'll probably use armor and stuff just to kind of mediate damage. But after a while we'll switch over to all evasion energy shield. Possibly go chaos inoculation so we don't have to worry about chaos damage. and just focus on energy shield. So that's my thought process right now. I might just try to go energy shield early on, but I'm not 100% sure. That might honestly be the best method, is just go energy shield to get flat energy shield here, and then get Mystic Stance to recharge and everything, and then grab your, like, whatever these are, and then one of these. Let's see, evasion rating, 50% increased evasion rating if energy shield recharge has started in the past 2 seconds. Okay, so that's pretty much just straight buff right there. And increased energy shield recovery rate if you haven't been hit recently. 5% increased movement speed while you have energy shield. So I don't know, it's gonna be interesting for sure. But I think Monk's gonna be pretty OP. Just for the fact that you're talking high damage and high speed. But I mean, there's probably gonna be some crazy builds. I was thinking about, let me see where this is. Not down there, is it? No, Giant Slayer. Blood. Blood magic. Giant's blood. So there was a thought in my head about doing a double staff wielding monk. Just for fun. But that's, you know, that'd be a whole different thing, and it all depends on how the mechanics work. A lot of the stuff they've shown so far, it just kind of gives you some percentages and whatnot, and I'm not sure how it would work with Giant's Blood if I'm using like 2 staves. It could be interesting. They're two-handed staves. Are you playing softcore or hardcore? But I honestly, I think all of the classes are very well rounded. So the witch this will be the witch's starting area. Do you know which type of witch you're gonna be? You plan on being a blood mage or an infernalist? Softcore, so that you shouldn't have any issues. So what are you thinking, blood mage or infernalist for your witch? I've been wanting to sit here and theorycraft stuff. I just saw that they posted this earlier, so I just been kind of looking around stuff. Oh, you're not sure about your ascendancy? So blood mage, obviously it's blood magic. You know, you'll be Sanguimancy grants life remnant, skills gain, base life cost equal to base mana cost. 10% spell damage leeches life. Gore spike, increased critical damage bonus per 20 life. Crimson power energy shield from equipped body armor as extra life. So you can get a ton of life as this character. Also with the Sanguimancy, you do get the ability to double up on your life. So if you have like 2k life, you get 4k, 8k, so forth and so on. It's kind of like the overflow for meditate for monk, but in this case it's using life. Now as far as infernalist is I think this is the one that you can transform. Yeah, demonic possession. So you can take a demon form and do all sorts of stuff like that. However, the one thing I can say is currently there is an issue. I haven't heard any updates on this, but there is an issue where where if you take the demonic form, you're considered not using a scepter anymore. And because of this, your minions will they'll poof. So it's something you kind of got to be careful with. I'm not sure if they should have it fixed by the time they release, but definitely be cautious about that if you're going to take the Infernalist. I mean, obviously won't know if they fixed it until launch and people actually try it and whatnot, but it's definitely something that I'd keep an eye out. But starting point, of course, is going to be here for a witch. Again, this isn't a fully, let me see, unidentified, unselected. Okay, so unidentified. Okay, so if we look here, now that I click that, it's not showing the ones that they don't know. But honestly, if we look here, we can see that that looks like a HP flask. There's obviously going to be life nodes around here. We can see some similar nodes from PoE 1. This one actually has to do with energy shield and stuff. These are ones that are like right here by the Hierophant or the Templar or whatever you want to call them. But let's see, we got energy shield here, we got spell damage, spell and minion damage. So personally, I'd probably start here, especially early on. You might end up respecing later. But if you're going if you're gonna go minions and everything like that with the witch, start here, grab yourself some extra damage. And as you can see, it shows like what's on the witch and which one's on the sorceress as well. And so you would go down, depending on you. I'd probably say go down this route, but if there's like extra mana regen to be had for you, I'd probably say go here. But definitely go here. You grab this one. Minions deal increased damage, 10 int, you know. Mana regen, I'd probably go straight and grab this to try and help with mana, so you're not constantly pressing your mana flask. If you don't mind pressing your mana flask, then you know it's whatever. Then you can go up spell minion damage. This one right here for more minion attack speed and cast speed. Yeah, I'd probably take this central node right here. Get that one, go here. These look like energy shield nodes. So these probably add energy shield right here. So if you want to get energy shield, I'd go there. But if you're looking for life nodes, let me see. Then you get the breath of fire, breath of cold, and so forth. These are all going to be dependent on what you're trying to like. If you're going to be casting any kind of spells or anything like that. But again, if you're going Infernalist, that'd be my bet. If you're going Blood Mage, definitely find life nodes. That way you can make sure to beef up your life as much as possible. These are Chaos nodes. These are life nodes of some type. I don't know if they're flasks or what, but maybe even armor. I don't know. They have a little flask though. Chaos nodes. Minion nodes right here. So we were already working our way up this way, right? Yeah, we're working our way up this way. I'd probably go straight that way and then I'd probably grab these. Increase max mana. Up some more. And so, like, depending on how much mana you have at the end of the day, this would probably be a good build to use. What's this? Bonuses from equipped amulet applied to your minions instead of you. That could be kind of cool. But yes, you see right here. So that's what I was saying is you can pick up a lot of plus to mana, and then you can come over here and come over here straight, and you can end up getting mind over matter. So that way, all damage is taken from your mana before life. If you have enough recovery and your minions are doing most of your damage, I mean, that could definitely help you out. Yeah, but you see they're missing a whole lot of stuff. This is energy shield. This is definitely life. Usually where there's a life node, there's some sort of energy shield node as well. These are minion ones. You know, it looks like a little person. Fire, cold, lightning. I don't know what this one is. It doesn't even show me the little nodes. This one has to do with like increasing your int. It's probably like 5% or something. So damage for 100 maximum mana. So that'd be something you could possibly grab if you're like boosting your mana. You want to be a mana stacker. And doing spells is more like a sorceress node though. If you're doing, but I mean, technically speaking, even as a witch, if you're gonna be doing your own spells and stuff, you can easily be a mana stacker too. Because if we look down here, summon Infernal Hound, 20% of damage hits from taken from you is Hellhound life before yours. So you can literally have yourself. That's 20% damage reduction right there. Maximum mana is replaced by maximum Infernal Flame. Gain Infernal Flame instead of spending mana for skill costs. Take maximum life and energy shield as fire damage when Infernal Flame reaches maximum. Lose all Infernal Flame on reaching maximum Infernal Flame. 10% of Infernal Flame lost per second if none was gained in the past 2 seconds. And so this is one that you kind of is it 1-to-1? This means this is kind of like blood magic because you're casting this and it's using up. It's not using a resource. It's just you're limited by how quickly you fill up. Because if you fill it all the way up, you're gonna take damage. Well, not on low Infernal Flame. All damage from you and your minions contribute to ignite chance and magnitude. I mean, you could make a crazy ignite build with this. I don't even know if anybody's still watching. I'm over here just yammering on about builds and looking at the tree and stuff. But yeah, I'll be putting together some guides and everything like that eventually, like after the first week or so. I'm not trying to jump the gun or anything like that. I don't think it'll take me too long to get through the campaign personally. But I mean, who knows? You know, maybe I'm gonna suck and maybe I'm gonna suck and I won't be able to. Let's see. Do you think fire will be better than poison late game? Okay, so it depends. Sorry, I didn't. Why didn't I see that message? Was it? Oh, too low. Oh, your message didn't show. Okay, I am definitely not rushing the campaign. Well, I'm not gonna rush the campaign. I'm just saying I don't think I'm gonna struggle to get through the campaign, Darwin. The poisons are going to work similarly to ignites now. You're not going to be able to stack poison indefinitely. So your poison damage is going to be highly based off of how high your hit damage is. So again, that goes back to kind of working that kind of magic. If you're trying to do poison damage, though, obviously you're not going to want to be a Infernalist. You'd probably want to be a Blood Mage. But even then, I don't think their nodes are specifically for poisoning. Like most of the poison nodes and whatnot are out this way, which you can still get to. No, you know, there ain't no issue there. But like, what are you trying to? Are you trying to do a witch with poison somehow? Are you gonna be using like a wand with like projectiles or something? Gotcha. Yeah, like from my understanding, the majority of like if you're going cookie cutter, best for end game is gonna be a hard thing to call, especially right now. Nobody's had enough hands on to really say that. Anybody who has played has only played through like Acts 1 and 2, maybe a little bit of 3, possibly. Not too many people have played any end game, and if they have, it's like characters that were already cut out and given to them to play. I know Zizarin is gonna be going totems, slam totems specifically, so he'll probably be running earthquake and everything like that. I'm pretty sure quite a few people are gonna be going mercenary with the grenades and all that stuff. Grenades are super heavy damage. The swapping you can do, you can get good CC with the cold damage you can get from mercenary. Honestly, out of all the classes, for people that don't want to struggle and stuff, I'd probably tell them to go mercenary or warrior. You know what? Let me. So, to me, like just looking at them and like for ease of accessibility, I do think mercenary is going to be up there. I also think rangers should be pretty hardcore good. And same thing for warrior. The ones that I worry about being too squishy for people, especially early on, because I know a lot of like all these classes are going to be really good late game if you know how to gear them and you play around with the passive tree a bit. All of them are going to be really good. But if you're looking for something that's going to be consistent, I would honestly say the warrior, the ranger, or the mercenary. The witch is going to be fun, and if you're going straight minions, I heard that it ramps like really crazy, and so you'll be able to take down screens and everything like that. And bosses might be a little bit more difficult since you'll have to rely on your permanent minions to kind of do the damage other than what you'll be doing. Obviously, you can add some damage in there, add some debuffs in there. But if you enjoy minions, do minions. Like don't overthink what's going to be best in the end game, because at the end of the day, there's going to be a build for your class. There's going to be a build for your ascendancy. Like even in PoE 1, the vast majority of people, they get stuck on what the meta is. And yeah, you know, the meta is basically doing like 50 to 100 million damage so you can one-shot stuff. But the majority of classes and build types can be worked into a situation to where they're good enough to take down uber bosses. They're good enough to do all of the content. You know, I wouldn't overthink it too much. Play what you think you're going to enjoy. Play the game, enjoy the campaign. Once you get to end game, if you start struggling, there's definitely going to be stuff out there. Oh yeah, 100%. There's going to be tons of builds for each ascendancy. Especially since we're only getting 8 ascendancy points. You know, you have to remember that. And so like even if I look at my where's he at? Invoker. So they're only showing us the points that they've talked about. So I don't know what this does. I don't know what these two do. I might not use meditate at all. I might not want to go energy shield at all. I might be able to go life and just stick with life. And do life and evasion and just do recoup. So that way when I get hit, I recoup life and I'm evading enough to where I recoup all my life. But you know, there's a lot of different ways to go about it. But there's gonna be tons of builds. I guarantee whatever you choose to play, you'll be able to get through the campaign, because they've actually worked on the game to the point where they've made it to where there are guaranteed drops as you play through the campaign, especially the first like 10 levels, to allow you to get enough skill gems and everything like that to be able to proceed smoothly. Now, obviously, the one thing I recommend to people is if you're struggling with a boss, go ahead and go back to your checkpoint. Go rerun the area. Get another level or two. Go change out a piece of gear. Don't be afraid to make some changes here and there and then go retry. Everybody's so worried about like getting things done quickly that, you know, enjoy the game. This game is going to be epic. There's going to be so much good stuff here. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated, D. But I mean, if it depends. If you're just talking like straight high damage, I know the warrior is going to be doing absolutely insane damage. Same thing for mercenary. Especially because I know a lot of people are going to be going like an armor break style build. So they're basically reducing their physical damage reduction of the enemy and then just... And the thing you have to remember with the mercenary is, I think it's the Witch Hunter. One of the notables, I don't remember which one, but one of these, I believe, gives 30%. Yeah, one of the ones on the Witch Hunter, I believe, it gives 30% damage, or a chance to do 30% of the health, the max health of the enemy when they're at full health. Which means for boss killing, boss hunting, it's going to be really, really good. Like if you want, like to me, if you're going to be a boss hunter and everything like that, and I think mercenary is going to be really good. I think it's going to have good clear if you're using grenades. You're going to be able to have two setups. Overall, it's going to be really, really, really cool. You can have one setup where you're using grenades to do your clearing, and then you can have another setup for your high damage for when you're doing bosses. I wanted to see what else was on YouTube. I got distracted over. Oh yeah, I wanted to check out this video, just to kind of go over what we know is gonna be in the game.
You see the notepad, yeah? You see the notepad?
What notepad? Why aren't you using Notepad++?
Why does everyone keep asking me that? Because I'm not a programmer who's a big, massive nerd who has to use Notepad++ because the other students bullied him.
This is why you couldn't do that puzzle as fast as me, Steel.
Well, because I didn't look up a single hint. Basically, and this is good. The idea was this. We're not necessarily presenting any new information today. Well, obviously, we don't have access to that. We're just writing down everything we think we know, and then sharing it with each other in the hopes of like understanding it.
I'll actually be right back. I need to take a moment and use the restroom. I'm back, guys and gals. Sorry about that. I needed to take a quick restroom break and get some water.
Get better. You know how when you teach somebody else something or you tell somebody else something, it helps cement it for yourself as well.
Yeah,
that's the idea. So anyway, that part. So I guess I'll tell you everything I know, or me and Khan know, I suppose. Obviously, I don't even know I wrote 6 classes 12. I was just getting lubed up. So important general changes. We have hits, which are no longer separated by attack or spell. They're just hits now, which has a few really interesting ramifications. Obviously, this means you can now, I believe, I've written it down, so this is my current information. So feel free to tell me I'm wrong about anything, Ziz. Yeah. That's we're trying to learn, right?
Yeah.
But we believe you can evade spells and you can block spells. There's no spell block or spell evade or anything like that. You can just evade and block spells.
Correct.
Which is crazy. But it's not as OP as you think because you cannot evade or block anything, basically. There's nothing you can really do to dodge big slams. Like, think like a Katava slam or a Shaper slam. Well, I shouldn't say there's nothing. There is like special keystones or gear.
Yeah, because you could get like 30% damage reduction on those, right?
Yeah, you could. There are exceptions. There are keystones.
Yeah.
But we'll go over those separately. But in terms of like base default mechanic, if like a Shaper slam is slamming you, you won't be able to block it. You won't be able to evade it. It's going to hit you. There are keystones that can mitigate this further, but that's a layer of complexity above. We're just talking base default mechanics right now. Also interesting to note is a massive like overtuning balance point in PoE 1 was resistances and how you can, like Doyani's prototype, how you can make them have like negative 200 res or negative 100 res. Now they've just decided to say fuck that. You can no longer have negative res. You can also not pen either below 0, which also means having like enough pen or negative res or exposure to get to 0 will be really accessible and important to get. I think they'll essentially balance the game around you having like enough to get it pretty much to 0, I would assume. Because there are very large sources of like pen and exposure.
Well, balance the end game.
Yeah. In game. But yeah, like I said, they can no longer go below 0, so you're not going to stack like 15 different sources of minus res, because it's not going to increase your damage at a certain point.
Yep.
Another big one is conversion. No longer, I'm not sure how to word this correctly, but to put it plainly, if you convert half your damage from fizz to cold, and you have physical damage, it won't apply to the cold damage conversion.
Wait, so you actually need... What's the source for that?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the source for that too. Any knowledge chat on the source?
I mean, it would make more. It's more. What do you call this? It's more intuitive if it works this way, and they try to make everything more intuitive for new players and stuff.
Like if you video. It was Hirishi in Discord, so he must show it in one of these videos, right?
Okay, cool.
I actually wouldn't mind the source because it is a huge ramification.
Yeah, it's massive.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god. It's the EB video. The mana stacking madness?
The monster damage one?
Conversion. Conversion now scales by the final damage type and does not remember converted damage type.
Yeah, so...
I don't know if there's a source, but at least it's on the wiki. I mean, is that good enough for you?
And this is that damage will no longer remember its origin type. So if we take the example we discussed earlier in regards to PoE 1, the physical damage converted to fire, where the player can scale this damage using modifiers to both fire and physical. Well, in PoE 2, that won't be the case. The converted portion of damage can only be scaled by modifiers which apply to the end conversion damage type, i.e. the damage that is being dealt.
Here's the source. It was here.
Okay. Good enough.
In addition, and frankly the more important change, there's no inverse conversion order, so conversion can theoretically go from anything to anything.
That's good. So that allows them to do so much more.
Yeah, so in English, what this means, chat, is let's say you run Himshiro gloves, whatever they're called, which converts 100% of your physical damage to cold damage. Physical damage will no longer give you damage. Only the cold damage will.
Do you think this allows us to do...
Yes, that is correct, Darwin.
This defensively too? Because that's a big hole in PoE 1 right now.
Yeah, I do think this is a thing in But that's a bad thing because iron reflexes means your evasion will no longer give you armor, like evasion scaling.
It's not objectively a bad thing, right? It's a different thing. Because like, do you remember I had that one build that would have been borderline immortal if it worked that way, and then I died, and that's how we found out.
Yeah, I can't remember. I know what you're talking about because it was like a betrayal death.
Yeah.
And your endurance charges fell off or something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, obviously that's a huge change though. Like especially if it does work with IR, it's very, 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 very big change. Yeah. And obviously low life is now 30%.
Well, is that 100% confirmed though? Because that's from a different node that says 30%, right? It doesn't specifically say low life. We actually talked about this in my stream too.
Oh, interesting. I guess the source for this one too.
Yeah, because I believe this references the Blood Witch or something, which says 30%, but it doesn't say low life. Something like that.
I don't get why people need to know everything about the game. Oh, to be clear, you don't. I can't speak for my friends, but I'm pretty sure they're in the same boat. We're just massive PB nerds. Like, yeah, we're just massive fucking nerds, bro.
it's our job, right?
You know that meme where the wife is like, wonder what he's thinking about, but he's thinking about other women, and the guy's like,
the Roman Empire.
How does that work in PvE?
That's exactly.
Literally.
That's literally us, yeah.
Yeah.
So res reduction can still take res negative, but you can't penetrate negatively. But something like Doriani's would still work.
Okay.
So I have a question though. So does that mean if you bring a mob down to let's say negative 50%, pen is literally dog shit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And is exposure minus res? It is, right?
Yeah,
it's not pen.
It is minus res, yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. So also, I'm not 100% sure on the low life 30% thing. I also like the reason I asked is I found it odd that they
So we got confirmation it's 35% for low life.
Very recently raised it to 50, only to lower it in PoE 2 to 30.
Yeah, same.
During basically the same development cycle. So I thought that was weird. So I'm not convinced.
Yeah, so if you can reliably bring a mob to below 0, just ignore pen. Yeah.
So basically early on pen, or you could also just not bother with resistance reduction and just go for pen. Go to 0 and call it a day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if pen's really accessible, it could be a case of early game pen, late game like with curses minus res kind of thing.
Yeah, it looked pretty accessible. Like we've seen like runes or whatever they're called on weapons for like 15% pen, shit like that.
Yeah. What about the low life information, chat? Do we have any sources for that?
So if we look up the ascendancy of the Blood Witch, I think that's what it's being assumed with right now.
Blood Witch.
Blood Mage.
Whatever.
I made the same mistake.
Yeah, it's a mage.
Maybe it's the other one. Isn't it? Was it the Infernalist? One of them references something.
Well, not on low life. Oh, but we must have a tooltip from somewhere.
Well, not on low Infernal Flame.
Oh, that's got nothing to do with low life.
Yeah.
I don't see why they would change it.
Yeah.
And we saw a video earlier.
Someone that was. Yeah.
They were on 50% life with petrified blood, which means that mechanic is probably still in the game. Like that. It was a low life build or something.
Do we know it was petrified blood?
Oh yeah.
We don't.
The big stream, they said low flame was 30% and below. So people are basing it on that. So I am assuming that low flame is 30% and low life is 50.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. I'm officially taking that off for now then. Pen achievement's also 30. Oh, that is true. But I guess it's not enough. How about I put a question mark? So a question mark just means
if pain attunement is 30, then I'm more likely.
Wait, hold on. What does pain attunement say exactly? Does it actually say 30?
It has very specific wording. Let me find it.
Didn't you have it open?
There you go. Pain attunement. 30% less. Oh, it just says low life. No, it literally just says...
Yeah, I was like, what are you guys talking about? No,
it's 30% damage, not 30% low life.
It does say 30% though.
You're wrong.
Love Mal.
So I'm not convinced that low life is 30. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just...
I mean, if that's the only source... If that's literally the only source, then I don't see how it could be 30.
Yeah.
Wait, is Lumina a thing in PoE1? That term.
I'm
Is it
pretty
used anywhere?
sure Escher's shield, it used to work that way.
And
PoE
what is-
Escher's mirror.
Yeah, what is low mana then? Is it 30 or is it 50?
Well, I don't think the shield even exists anymore.
I guess the best way to check is where to take the patch notes where they change low life, because if they change from mana 2, then it should be mentioned.
Maybe I was confused because this is just not on low life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In PoE 1, everything with low is 50%. So it could be that it's 30%. To be fair,
because
I think it's basically a 50-50. It's 50% chance whether it's 50 or 30.
Oh, Infernal Mantle was low mana.
Low mana.
Yeah. Although it doesn't say what low mana. Well.
So on the wiki it says low mana is 50%. Apparently. That's the bad wiki. Hold up.
Thank you, Alex.
Adrenaline
Thank you.
just resubscribed for 89 months.
I'm kind of tempted to take this off then. If that's literally the only source, I'm kind of a doubter, hey.
Yeah, low mana is a condition applies when the player's mana pool falls below 50%. That's PV1. And apparently, this, I don't know if it's true, I haven't seen the proof, but they said low mana was 30%.
It's got the receipts.
Again, I'm not saying it's not, I just don't know.
Yeah, we just saw the interview and he did say 35%. So.
Wait, no, but I think it could be 30%. No. I'm just saying it's not for sure. Get you. I'm trying to be factually accurate, and I'm mad.
We're gonna.
And he's
he's mad. He's gonna sneeze on me. He's gonna sneeze on me, chat.
I'll come cough on you.
It's a game where you have to be mad.
Now this is directly from the Dreamcore video, and he does show the receipts for this at least via some math. But it's 12 life per level and 4 mana per level, and we also have some attribute information and spirit information. You might have spirit. I haven't like fact checked yet, but it's supposed to be a base of 0, meaning that you cannot reserve minions at level 1.
Yeah,
see, and that doesn't make sense because I know that they initially said that we're supposed to start out at a base of 100. If it's actually 0, that's kind of crazy, especially since more than likely as a witch you're going to be trying to rock minions early on, unless you just start out with a scepter. But even then, I mean, I guess, but we'll have to see.
Get a scepter to grant you either free minions or additional spirit from the scepter.
Yeah.
And then there's every act has like a quest reward thingy to give you 30 spirit, meaning you get 180 by the end of Cruel.
Yep.
So, and you can also get additional spirit from Soul Cores, which are those socketable rune-like things. But they are notably different from runes. They're like, they come from something else. Can't remember what. Was it like...
Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated, Cleister.
Yeah, it was one of those mechanics.
Do you think we'll have really rare runes like Zod?
How you doing, buddy?
Who knows?
I have no idea, I'll be honest with you. I have no idea.
Who knows?
Surely. So call it ultimatum. I'm going to write that down as well then.
I'm just taking a look at what all the combined information out of a few brains, and after watching the Ziz interview earlier with Jonathan Rogers. Looking in, taking in all the information on PoE2 that we can. Looking over the skill tree here and there, depending on any questions and whatnot. Obviously, this doesn't have everything. But it does have some stuff, and so it's kind of good enough to be able to like kind of go where we need to go. Right now, we're just looking over this video that had a lot of information in it, so we're just checking it out.
What are runes just random drops? Soul Cores equals ultimatum. Runes equals world drop. Is that correct?
Yeah, actually, speaking of runes, do we know how common they are? Because they have to be very common for the role they're supposed to fill. Like they're supposed to replace like the crafting bench to solve your problems while you're leveling.
Well, this is the point, right? That there might be common runes, but there could also be rare runes.
Yeah, I know. But like, I'm just saying in general, like the common runes do drop very often. Otherwise, You know,
the point of the sheet is not necessarily to have the best source of information. It's more about
So what are you planning on playing?
Checking
Pacer, what do you plan
information in one
on
spot.
starting?
Like, how do I word this?
Consolidate
writing down
information.
consolidating the information that we know. So there's
I send
probably
out
stuff
a
on
notification
Texture Life
every
Wiki or
time I
whatever that we
stream.
don't know. That's
probably
fine.
be easier to
We
just
can add
follow
to
me
our
on
sheet. Just to,
Twitter.
the point is
No.
this is what we know. When I say we, by the way, I do literally mean like me, Khan, and Ziz when we catch this up. I mean, Ziz probably already knows all this by the sounds of it.
No. I literally just found out they changed chaos damage.
To be did you also know, skipping ahead a bit, that CI characters are effectively immune to bleed?
No. So I'm learning a lot.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll scroll back up and we'll keep going.
How wonderful is that, by the way, that like we as streamers don't know? I love it. It's so good.
I know. Well, streamers aren't special human beings. We're just normal people.
Well, you're pretty special.
So, sure. Yeah, we do. The main thing we have is more time, really. So, yeah. So we do have the time to learn, which most people don't.
That was not a compliment.
Yep. Now this is interesting. You probably know this one, but strength is 2 life per strength. Int is 2 mana per int, and dex is, now this one I don't know, but dex is supposedly 5 accuracy per dex. But what's really interesting is when you contrast it to PoE1, it's actually in PoE1 it's 2 strength per 1 life, and same with int, meaning that it's effectively 4 times stronger, at least for life and mana. Obviously, you do lose the melee fizz, and you do lose the energy shield scaling, and you do lose the evasion scaling. But in terms of that raw mana, I mean, that's crazy. Like, attributes in PoE2 are crazy strong. Which also makes me think that they're also going to be a bit more scarce on gear, I'm not sure. Just because they're so much stronger. Like, literally 4x the power.
I mean, we lose the ways to scale. I mean, is there increased mana on gear? I mean, on 3, sorry.
Yeah,
very little, but there is. I'll show you, actually. I'll show you right now. Because I have it open somewhere. Mana increase.
Yeah, actually, it's true. You do get +5 instead of +10 on the small nodes for attributes.
So it's. Oh wow! Wait, is this confirmed? This small node is 8%.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I know this doesn't seem like a big deal.
No, you said that actually. You said that, no? Is that you told me this earlier? So
no, I told you that there were big nodes. I didn't see that there were small nodes that give 8%.
That's pretty big.
Yeah, even Captain Lance is like batshit thing. He knows what this means.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, look, for comparison, a notable is 6% with 20 flat. The small node is better than the fucking notable. What the fuck? How is this real? Nah, I think this isn't real.
Yeah.
I'm actually a doubter. I'm a giga doubter. It doesn't even look like a mana node. No, this is fucking cap, bro.
Yeah, this looks like an energy shield node to me.
Oh shit! All right, so this wants to go into the drama.
No. I've already done it. I've covered it. I'm just jabbing.
Oh, apparently EB is confirmed on Discord by Viperesque that it will not convert your energy shield. Oh, it says it on the thing. It literally says confirm not in EA. So, because apparently this was literally broken, which I believe it because I was crafting this.
Yeah, it would be stupid. Yeah,
it'd be stupid.
Yeah.
Like, I genuinely think this would have been actual game breaking. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so where were we? We were here. Obviously just confirming like obvious knowledge here, but gems have base attribute requirements and support gems will add to that. I don't know the exact math. Like, I don't know if it scales upwards.
Karn. So it's Ziz, Steel Mage, and Karn in this video, and they're all discussing the information that they've collectively gathered. And so we're going over it to kind of see what they know, kind of compare it to what we know, and go from there. I just want to check out all the news that's kind of come out for PoE2. I'll probably be chilling for at least a couple of days until Friday. So, because Wednesday I might do a stream, so I probably won't stream tomorrow. I'll probably stream Wednesday and give out the 2 keys that I'm trying to lotto off on Twitter. And then I will probably just chill on Thursday, and then Friday is going to be the start of the game, so I'll definitely be on that day.
It's depending on how many support gems. Maybe you know this.
Say again?
So, like, let's say I add 1 support gem, and let's say it increases it by 5 strength.
Yeah.
And then I add a second support gem. Will it go up by 5, or will it go up by, like, a higher
It's
scaling
probably
amount, like 10
exponential.
or... Do we know if it's exponential?
No, I'm guessing.
Okay.
What do you mean? What is exponential? The total
So-
requirement?
Sonic out here making ice makers
of
now.
each gem.
I mean,
So-
I think it's just to, because it could just be. No, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure actually. Do you have no footage about on the gem to see the requirements?
There's probably, but it's like there's so much footage, and we'll after a specific
Yeah.
moment in time, and it could have
No, but
changed too. Like something Neversink pointed out is anything that doesn't have 2 flasks is outdated.
True.
So
Because
you
it's
have to be very careful about the footage you analyze.
Because it's like what you have like what? How many gems we have? 9? Is it 9? Or how many was it? Actually, that's a good thing to add. Like how many gems do we actually have available
Good
to us?
point. Yeah, actually, I haven't written that down.
Yeah.
We'll put that here. Do we know how many? It is just 9, and that is separate from skills, right? Like if I have an ascendancy which grants me poison concoction, that would bump it
that's-
to 10, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how it should be. So if you have 9, if you have 9
gems.
skills with 6 links, I mean, I don't see it being unreasonable that it just adds every single
9
bonus
total
stat.
gem.
It's not
Oh.
unreasonable.
Yeah.
I don't think it's unreasonable. That is just additive. Like, if you have 9 gems,
I think it is just additive.
Do we say like? Should I just
like
say
30 per
gems?
gem.
Will people understand what that means?
Yeah.
Skill gems, maybe.
Well,
9
'cause
total
that's-
skill gems. Yeah, it's 9 total skill gems.
Skill gems. Yeah.
Yeah.
By default,
actually think-
can have extra via ascendancies or shall we say
Scepter,
like gear?
staves, etc.
Yeah.
And then
Ascendancies,
obviously
gear.
5 support gems. Oh yeah, actually, this is a good question. Maybe Ziz knows. Does every single skill gem get 5 supports? Like up to 5 supports?
Yeah.
Or is there like
Yeah, Karn has a bit of an accent, and then I've Steel Mage. I watch a video here and there. His are his are usually just kind of all over the place.
is that like a hard yes, you think?
I would say so. Like we haven't seen anything contradicting that.
Well, there was some footage showing Ray's shield having no support gems. But that might just be because it didn't have any, like, jeweled orbed onto it.
Yeah.
5 support gems per skill gem. Up to.
Yeah, I actually think it's just additive then.
And then that's been confirmed too. So as you level a skill, that's how it'll gain, or as you level in general, especially the ones specifically to your ascendancy, or you've gotten, if you get a piece of gear, it'll come with a specific amount of support gem slots.
The stat requirements.
Yeah, because 9.
Because you get like 5. Yeah, you get like 45 support gems total. And that just works.
Yeah, because it would be
That's
250 total stats required to equip
Yeah.
it.
And you get half the amount of stats from 3 compared to PV1.
Yeah, you're probably right. And that's just
I think it's
assuming
additive.
you have no skills from gear, which you would, most likely.
Yeah.
You would from somewhere.
Yeah. So I think
Okay.
that looks right.
Plus 3 on Gemlink. Yeah, I won't mention plus 3 on Gemlink because I did already mention you can get extras from ascendancies. And then I said this as well. Gear just works like PoE1 attributes. From what I can tell, this is correct. Like if it says
Yeah.
150 strength, it doesn't add like gems do. You just need 150 strength to equip it, kind of thing.
Yep.
And then the highway travel nodes, we mentioned +5, you get to pick, which is
I like that. I feel like I'm going to be taking strength a lot in hardcore.
yeah, just having strength.
The life-based characters, because of how much life you get, strength seems extremely important.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I think. That's what Giants Bud's gonna be really fucking good. Also,
yeah, because you can just stack strength and then get a big two-hander.
Yeah, stack strength anyway, and good life. And
yeah,
chilling.
Because like I think it was like a low-level marauder, like a warrior, from Dreamcore. It had 60-something strength on it, which means just right off the bat, it has 120 extra life than anyone else, and it only had like 400 life, so it's like an insane amount of extra life.
You start with some stats of every stat, right? On each class, same as before.
And that is different. Like Marauders have more strength than other classes do.
Yep.
It's a very small amount, though.
It's just the starting, right? The starting stats, so it doesn't matter that much. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, do we know about? Right. So you can't take out runes. We already know this.
Yep.
But can you overwrite them? Does anybody know?
I'm going to ask that.
You don't know? Oh. Okay, I'll write that down here.
And of course, in the interview, it was confirmed that that's not currently in the system, but it's something that Jonathan Rogers was going to ask about possibly doing is overriding runes.
For now, cannot remove them from gear, but we don't know if we can overwrite.
After we do this deep dive, you guys can like help me go through questions because I want to try to maximize. There's so many questions people want me to ask that I don't really care about asking because we only have 2 hours. Like I really want to maximize what are the most important questions.
Oh, so there's still time to change the questions, or you're just trying to trim?
I haven't even like made a full list that I'm sending a list to Jonathan later.
Oh shit! Yo, we could just do that now if you want, chat.
No, I'd rather go through this because it'll help me make better questions.
Okay. We'll speed run this. We're almost done anyway, I think, because we were pretty close to like starting to theorycraft. So offense. Oh, now this is one actually. This actually really fitting because I wanted to know this question actually is. Maybe you already know. So we know that accuracy drops off based off ranged, right? They've talked about this a lot.
Yeah.
Does this apply to enemies? Like, if I am off-screening a mob, will that change its chance to hit me?
I would assume so.
I don't know if I would, right? But
that's a good question.
And conversely, but now here's what's really interesting. If accuracy applies to spells, does that also mean like... I mean, I guess same question in regards to spells. And does it also mean, is it harder for spells to hit enemies? Or that's just separate, I assume, right? Like spells don't have accuracy, right? For players, I mean.
I would assume they don't.
Yeah. But that would be an interesting one to know. It applies to spells? Yeah, so really interesting. We covered it in evasion. But you can evade hits, right? And spells count as hits now.
Yep.
Which is confirmed. Which, again, very weird coming from PoE1. But that is confirmed. A monster actually does have accuracy on their spells. Correct? I mean, they do. That is essentially... I mean, I don't see any other conclusion, right? That must be the case.
I might ask for clarifications.
Only monsters, though. I don't think players have accuracy for spells. They just don't have spells. Oh, that's a more intuitive way to understand it.
True. Bareback, I'll still be able to hear you, though.
Okay. Still, though, I still want to know if you're off-screening an enemy, does that affect the accuracy? That is still a valid question, I think. Because if we assume all monster hits are attacks now, essentially, I still want to know the accuracy question for monsters, I think. Obviously, there's a whole section on ailments. Now, this has lots of things to clarify.
Now, see, I'm curious about that. You know, if I'm up close and everything, does that mean I have 100% accuracy? I'm so curious about that on melee skills.
So while this is AFK, he says he can hear me, so I'll just rapid fire them. elemental ailments, and we do believe this is specific to only elemental. The difference there being it doesn't apply to bleed or poison. And the chance to apply an ailment is now based off the hit that applies it. So, for example, if you hit an enemy for a certain amount of their threshold, it might give you like a 30% chance to apply an ignite, or a 30% chance to apply a shock. Which also means if you crit with like a lightning hit, it will therefore increase the chance to apply a shock purely because the hit will be larger than if you didn't crit. Freeze and shock have buildups. I believe ignite and shock did not have buildups. Let me just double check. I have the source for this before we pop off.
Shock 100%
I have
has
lots of
buildup.
fucking images to open though. Give me a second. It's gonna take me a second. I'll just read exactly what this is a GGG employee wrote this in the Pathofexile 2 Discord. Damaging ailments care about the final pre-mitigation damage of the hit now, so crit damage naturally affects ignite damage with crits. Damage relative to the monster ailment threshold increases the chance of inflicting ignite and shock specifically. So they're differentiating ignite and shock from build-up like freeze. Crits have no specific interaction with ailments, but they are more likely to inflict ignite and shock because they deal more damage, but that's it. Ignite and shock chance is based on damage relative to the monster's ailment threshold. Currently, it's a base of 25% chance to apply per 100% of ailment threshold the hit deals. So let's say you hit a mob for 1,000 lightning damage, and the mob had an ailment threshold of 1,000, that would give you a 25% chance to apply shock. And if you hit for 4,000 damage relative to the 1,000 ailment threshold, this would be 100%. Yeah, you need to hit for 400% of the threshold, correct. Yeah, so ignite and shock just have a chance, which is not build up. I'll link this in chat. Yeah, more damage is better, correct. What if you had ball lightning with 750% more shock? I believe the way that would work, chat, is let's say you hit for 100 damage with ball lightning and you had 750% more shock. That 100 damage would count as 850 ailment threshold. Does that make sense? So if let's say the mob had 1,000 ailment threshold, this would give you something like a 20-ish% chance to shock with ball lightning. Ish. I don't know the exact. I mean, I'd have to get a calculator, but you get the idea. Essentially, it acts as if you're hitting a lot harder.
I'm back.
What if you use a flat percent shock support? My understanding is that doesn't exist.
I'm back.
Oh, hello. Yeah, so feel free to chime in about any of the ailment information.
All right, they're talking about shock. I'm curious myself, so let's take a look. There's a couple nodes there, a couple nodes there, and one node down jaw, but these are close by. There's no more, just these two. All right, so this one, 20% chance to gain a power charge when you shock a chilled enemy. Don't know what that node is. It looks like lightning of some type, so that probably adds shock effect or something. This one is increased duration of elemental ailments, increased effect of chill, increased effect of shock. No increased shock chance there. Effect, nope. Aftershock. Okay, so that has nothing to do with shock then. Of course, we're doing Invoker. Gain 10% of damage to extra lightning. 25% chance on shocking enemies to create shocked ground. Okay. So, very much just based off of our damage. Okay.
And it is a little bit confusing, specifically how there is essentially freeze has build up, ignite and shock don't. They just have a chance depending on how hard you hit relative to the ailment threshold.
Even on bosses?
And well, bosses have their own special ailment threshold, remember, which is much tinier than their HP bar.
Yeah.
Like much tinier, by the way, chat. I actually, bit of history. I found it easier to chill Uber Edziri and the Gauntlet than like a normal map boss. which is because I did all this testing for Gauntlet, the Gauntlet I won. Do you remember this?
I remember.
Yeah, so really interesting. Bosses are usually easier to chill. Like Shaper's easier to chill than like a map boss sometimes, just because of ailment threshold values. Because they can really tinker with that manually, that hidden value that we can't see behind the scenes.
Yep.
Anyway, what's really interesting on top of this, because this is obviously just elemental.
Why would I forget? I made the
ailments. Bleed specifically, and we do have confirmation of this. Requires you have to hit their life pool in order to be able to inflict a bleed, which means that if you're a CI.
So that's one thing I can say is once they release Gladiator, I'm 100% doing a bleed build because I know there's going to be some sort of bleed build connected to it.
Character, you are effectively immune to bleed. But this is also the reason they had to do this is because bleed and poison both bypass energy shield. This is different from chaos damage doing double damage to energy shield. It completely bypasses it. And this, I can show you. I don't know if you've seen this. Have you seen it?
No.
I'll bring up the video. Because this is a tooltip. So this one's kind of like, well, it's not confirmed because everything's subject to change, but it is somewhat confirmed. Oh, you don't need to unmute. This one's just reading.
Okay.
If it but you can see it reads, protects your life by taking damage instead. Rapidly recharges if you don't take damage. Chaos damage removes twice as much.
Yep.
And damage from bleeding and poison bypasses energy shield direct to remove life directly.
So what does CI do now?
CI works the same way as it does in regular PoE. It just has different ramifications. So you still have a max of life of 1, and you're still immune to chaos damage. That does effectively mean you are immune to poison damage and bleed.
Oh.
And all chaos.
Wow. CI seems a little too strong then.
Well, that's actually the next point on the list.
Say that
we went over this a bit.
It's
I'll skip
immune
down
to bleed,
a little
though.
bit. But in order to make CI not completely busted, they basically neutered every single tool we have for it. Everything. So energy shield recharge rate has been lowered from 33% to 12.5.
Oh.
The delay is 4 seconds, up from 2. So this is mathematically 6 times worse.
Wow.
Right? Because a third of the recharge rate and twice the delay.
Yeah.
And then we also don't have things like Wicked Ward. We don't have do we even have ES Leech? I don't even think we do, except for Monk, obviously. But ES Leech seems very hard to get.
Yeah.
And then Zealot's Oath as well got gutted. Zealot's Oath no longer provides you with ES regen.
Monk has ES Leech.
Yes. Monk specifically. But worth pointing out that's we believe is that just attacks, chat?
Bow CI Monk.
It just says Leech. It's Mana Leech applies to Energy Shield. Right, so the problem is getting Mana Leech from spells. Is that the issue? Because you would need a source of Leech, and the only source of Leech we know for a fact that exists is there's one on the Blood Mage, I think. But the only other source of Leech is just Fizz Leech, right? From attacks is the problem. Right. Yeah, so I mean, Leech is tricky. Leech is a very tricky stat right now. It's very tricky. But yeah, because of all those downsides, you can see why CI is kind of busted and also kind of dog shit at the same time. Because it's really hard to get back. I did have a really cool idea though. I don't know if it'll work. And it's in the block section. Tell me. I'm gonna bat chest. I'm just gonna tell you the ideas. You can tell me if you think it'll work. Are you ready? So everything I just said, right? ES is insane if you can recover it, but you can't recover it, right? It's basically impossible to recover. However, there's one item, one gem that exists that, let me see if I can find it. Stun. Oh god. Why did I look it up like this? Am I dumb?
Wow.
Energy shield. Is it? Oh, here we go. Energy barriers. Energy shield recharge begins immediately and is not interrupted by damage for 3 seconds when stunned when using supported skills.
Huh.
So you might be thinking okay, well, how do you force trigger this? Well, now this is theoretical, but if it works, it's hilariously OP.
Oh, I get
Active block. Yeah, because active block is based off stun, and if you get staggered, it should theoretically stun you. We're thinking it stuns you, right?
Yeah.
And so you hold your shield up, it breaks. While you have it up, you're basically immortal, except slams. But if you do break the stagger, you link it to that gem, right? Because it's an active gem that you can link to it. And we already confirmed it is linkable. That will then trigger your ES recharge.
The whole except for AoE is pretty scary though.
It is. It's not immortality, but that is really strong, right? It only blocks from the front. Yeah. I'm not saying it's a mortality, chat, but it is really, really strong, right? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think that'll work, but I don't know. I don't know if it's hardcore viable.
I think it
doesn't
will
work,
be at the bare minimum very tanky for softcore.
Yeah, I don't think
it's scuffed even for softcore. I don't know if it is that scuffed.
On the shield is stun.
Chat,
I think
don't
getting hit is just a stun.
Yeah, chat. This is true. Look at all of the gameplay teasers. All of them. There was only one footage at all. Only one source of footage where they didn't take a single hit point of damage during a boss fight, and it was the one where they had the shield. They literally did the entire boss, a full boss, and it wasn't like they didn't just one-shot it. It was a long boss fight without taking a single point of damage. I think block is really strong. Like, really, really strong. Now, you do have to avoid the slams, but
yeah,
I think the slams will kill any... I think, chat, the slams are going to kill you. Like, you're fucked on the slams. Like, everyone's fucked on the slams, right? It is what it is. But there's a lot of damage that isn't a slam.
That's pretty cool, though.
Yeah, there is one caveat. I think that mod only appears on Armor ES, because I think it's an armor-based implicit. But that's fine.
Warriors are going to be strong. There's going to be a lot of builds for that.
Hello?
I can't tell if I'm... Yeah.
We can hear you now. Now you're muted.
Oh, fuck me.
Have you been talking this whole time and you've been muted?
Yeah, I've been talking. You've been fucking doing a warning. I was confused.
No, you were muted the whole fucking time.
Yeah, we haven't heard you talk to in a long time.
Dude, the fucking Discord icon was deceiving me. Dude, because the problem is like whenever you shit the full screen, I can't tell if I'm muted or not.
You know the best part is, chat. This is true. Khan thinks we're ignoring him on purpose.
No, but I mean I know you muted. That's why I was confused.
Because the icon is lit up when you can talk.
No, but it's like there's a fucking what it's called. It's crossed. The microphone icon at the bottom is crossed.
You think I'm just yapping over you, ignoring the fuck out of you? But like, it's been like 10-15 minutes. Oh no.
Sad egg.
I'm fuming, dude.
No. I'm mad. Why is Card mad?
I'm fuming, dude. No, I'm not muted. See, that's the thing. Like right now, it looks like I'm muted, but I'm not. Look at my screen right now. Look at it.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I'm talking. Yeah, you see,
I'm gonna play
like, I'm not
ads
muted,
real
but
quick.
it showed me as muted. So like,
and make sure you run your Discord as admin. That helps sometimes.
Okay. Well,
but you can restart now if you want. Yeah, you can restart now.
Yeah, BRB.
Oh yeah, that is different than mine.
What's different?
Yeah, his mute icon.
Oh.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, we'll talk about builds as well. Oh, I don't know how much I told you or you understood this, but I wanted to do a key giveaway too at some point today. Because I have like 27 keys to give away. I was just going to give them all away. I was just going to do a big giveaway.
I'm going to sell them. $50 each.
Scalping? Oh, shit. I have the keys and I'm going to sell them? Oh, shit, what the fuck? Chat, if you're going to buy keys illegally, at least don't buy them for more than $30. They only cost $30, chat.
These are better keys. They have streamer energy in them.
Shit.
Like, I like the keys before I sell them.
But yeah, anyway, continuing on, my understanding of block, by the way, is not only do we have this active block skill, but regular ass block from PoE 1 exists, and it also counts as both block and spell block. And it's not directional, this block. It does still have the same limitation with like slams, but it is basically just regular ass block, except block and spell block, right?
Yeah.
They tell me I'm wrong here, but
Yep.
block seems really fucking
100%.
strong.
Yeah.
Like
Stream your
really.
client activated when you get
It's
the key.
incredible.
Wait, okay. Yeah, you were talking about fucking slams. I was saying that fucking Warbringers don't die to slams. You can just press the Jade shit.
I need to know more information on that because that's not immortality. Apparently, it does actually have a it actually has a threshold.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm assuming it's really high for.
Well, I don't know if I'd assume anything. You know, what if
I
it's
mean-
literally 1k and it's actually dog shit?
No, because they actually you have to charge it over time. You have to wait for stacks and you have to not move while you use it. So, I'm expecting it to be pretty strong, like a Volatics armor. Like
I mean, I
I
agree with Karn here because they usually give a lot of love to melee, and melee has traditionally been very strong. So I think that's a safe assumption.
Okay, okay, dude.
Exposed.
I mean, listen. For once, I admit it looks
you-
like it's gonna be good. So
Did you see this? 1 mana left was theory crafting that he can do 6 million damage in one attack
In PoE 2?
in PoE2.
well, it means like one shot with the.
I have no idea how people are theory crafting damage.
I don't know either. I mean, I guess he's just assuming of the same weapons that we had in
Well,
PoE2 in game.
You can assume damage values based off the notables we have on the tree and the small nodes. You can just infer like X amount of notables and passives, damage skills, and then you go conservative as the
Math
point, right?
confuses me still.
And then you can assume base damage off of a weapon, damage multipliers from the skill, support gems to add to that, any conditionals like shock or whatever, and then I guess you would just add like what? Ailments if you're going to do ailments, because I think he is going to do the whole
He wants
point.
to do ignite. He wants to do ignite.
Yeah. So based off
cool.
all of that information, he was assuming he would be able to one shot Zesht, the end game pinnacle.
Yeah.
I'd love to see his napkin math though. I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
But yeah, he calced it to be 6 million damage in one Hammer of the Gods.
What ascendancy was it? I don't know if he.
I didn't see more than that. I just saw the clip.
Yeah, I'm just curious about what ascendancy. But I mean, I'm assuming it's gonna be probably Titan or something.
Titan
or Warbringer, yeah. I mean, Warbringer. Okay, we're gonna talk about Warbringer ascendancies later, I guess.
Yeah, we will be talking about all this, like the build specific stuff later. Again, though, we know fuck all, so I mean, it's not going to be that interesting. But this will go over like some of the builds he's thought of. And again, when we say builds, it's more like totems look cool.
That literally is what I'm doing.
You want to play EA totems again? Oh no!
What? I'm going melee. I'm going melee.
Huh?
Because even though we're nerding out over mechanics, I would say we have roughly like 25% of the information we need, right, to make a build. Because we have a few passives, a few notables, the keystones, and not even full ascendancies. We just have like partial ascendancies. So we just don't. And gear is like a real guess at the moment.
Yeah, there's a lot of like, for example, everybody's like looking at Titan for Warrior, but I think that it's not gonna take much for Warbringer to be insane, even from the info we don't have. So
yeah, so we're missing a lot of information.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're here now. So another mechanic that we know about is overflow. It's not very accessible. It's not designed to be, but it is very powerful. It allows you to double the pool of the overflow type. So Blood Mage allows you to collect orbs, right? That overflow your life. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Waking Dream. Is this the energy shield one?
Can't remember.
Wasn't it everything? Doesn't it
Maybe it
recover
was
everything?
Let me double check actually. PoE 2 ascendancies.
Meditate.
There, Taylor. Yeah, life, damage, and mana.
Overflowing damage. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah. And then obviously there's a unique chest that allows you to overflow your life. It does cost life to use the chest though, which is interesting. It reduces your life, but then you can overflow your life. So I think it ends up being like.
Oh, was it the chest that does that? Was it the
It was
chest
a
that does that?
chest.
Oh, that's why.
It was a very
Okay.
dog shit chest though. Like, it was really
Oh, yeah.
bad.
That's why I thought it was Blood Mage, because I think I saw the chest and I just assumed it was. I just fucking mixed them up. I thought it was Blood Mage.
Feeds on corpses to boost your energy shield. I can overflow your energy shield.
I have to double.
Wait, so...
Yeah, just feed on corpse. Yeah.
Wait, so how does this work? You just literally reserve it and... Oh my god.
30
well, actually,
enemies. Yeah, you just turn it on and you basically get AS on kill.
Yeah.
That overflows. That's crazy good.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
You don't have a way to get that for busting, though.
No, but for mapping, I mean, you got to admit, maps could be quite dangerous.
Well, the thing is, a lot of a big part of playing was gonna be just mapping. If we don't get map bosses like every map.
And these, unlike support gems, these do level up, right?
Oh yeah, yes.
I mean, it's level 7. It's level 7. So.
Yeah, so this is actually the. I mean, we don't know the value. I mean, let's not take the values too seriously. But it's a safe assumption that this is not the upper limit. So that could be very good. Oh,
if you're
you
using this as a summoner,
yeah.
If you're using this as a summoner and I pick up a Grim Remnant, do my minions get a shield, or will they pick up individual Grim Remnants?
Oh. Will your minions like cuck you?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking?
Also, yeah, you can just have this with the minions that die. You can SRS and shit.
Well, only if what Ziz said is not true, because if the minions cuck you, that would be very bad.
Another thing you can do with this, actually, is you could use Infernal Legion, and I know it's minion instability, I think. Infernal. Oh, it was here somewhere. Resonance, Conduit. There's a Doom, Talisman. Oh, wait, no, they turned them into gems, I think. Yeah. But you could use Infernal Legion and see if we can find them real quick. PoE 2 gems. Okay, Infernal Legion. Minions from supported skills take 20% of their max life as fire damage per second. Support skills deal 5% of their max life as fire damage per second to nearby enemies. And then use unstable. Nope. Not unleash. What is it called? Let me search for minion. Minion instability. Minions from support skills explode when reduced to low life, dealing 15% of their max life as fire damage to surrounding enemies. You could literally do skeletons that die, and then of course they get resummoned. They do fire damage, and then you can use Grim Feast as a buff to recover energy shield, and it looks like there's more than one in here. There's Essence Harvest. See, recover 15 mana when a minion from support skills dies. You could even use this. It'll continuously give you so you use this as a support, this is a buff. And so you can recover energy shield here. You're recovering your mana here. You could do this one so they die faster while they're fighting, but they do more damage while they're alive. And there you go. You already have some crazy minions that are burning and doing AoE damage, that explode and do AoE damage, that when they die you can get energy shield back and recover mana. Obviously there's a lot more you could do, but yeah.
I doubt it. I highly doubt it.
There goes the build right there. It's more of an idea than anything.
Yeah, I'm assuming only.
I think only you can pick it up, Ziz. I would assume that it's...
that'd be weird.
What do you think about
that? That means it's an honest to God, legit, like...
Yeah, looks fun, thank you.
Minion instability CI build that's like basically broken. Like you just run around picking up Grim Feast and you're like a god.
Depends how high the values go. I guess it would help with the recovery too for ES. Even outside of the overflowing part.
Yeah. So yeah, overflow is a new defensive mechanic that we don't have in PoE 1, but it looks very like hard to get, but very strong. And then obviously Leech. We were delving into Leech when you arrived. Like I think it was, you heard Khan talking about Leech when you literally arrived. We were just literally looking at that now. My understanding is it just works. That you just leech damage based off your life, the damage you deal.
Well, yeah.
I assume it's capped though, right? It is capped. It must be.
No. I don't think this is capped though. Why would it be capped if it's based on your damage? The entire thing is like PoE 1 leech.
Well, how quickly? What's the leech rate? There must be leech rate, no? Check the
they've
video.
simplified it so much,
over,
right?
Yeah.
What's the simplification? Because I think everyone knows how it works, but me. What's the simplification? Okay, let's watch the video.
Yeah,
I'll pause my music.
Yeah, sure.
Dream Core PoE Leech.
In Pathofexile 2, Leech is being significantly simplified, to the point that there is now only 2 relevant stats. The percentage of damage a character will leech, and a new mechanic in PoE 2, leech resistance on monsters. The amount of resource a character leeches is based on the damage a monster takes from a hit after mitigation, multiplied by the sum of percentage of damage dealt leeched as X resource that the character has. That total is then multiplied against the monster's leech resistance modifier to provide a final total amount of recovery that will recover the resource over time. For example, let's say a character in early acts has 2% of physical attack damage leeched as life and hits a monster with an attack ability. The monster takes 2000 physical damage from this hit, so the total leech amount is 40 life. The monster has 30% leech resistance, so the character recovers 28 life over time. Monster leech resistance is based on monster level and will generally increase the further you progress in the game. This system is not designed to make leech ineffective against some monsters or bosses, and is instead intended to counter exponential damage increases that a character will ultimately experience over the course of...
Isn't this also how D2 does leech? Or was it last epoch maybe?
I think it's... Okay, the thing is like in last epoch, yeah, it sounds similar to last epoch to be honest. It's basically just you do a certain amount of damage, you leech a certain portion of that damage, and then that leech is recovered over time. We just don't know the duration.
I was about to say, is the duration always the same?
Well, I think they explain duration in a second, but we think it's 1 second.
Yeah, it depends on the duration.
To present a somewhat balanced amount of leech at any one point of game progression. For example, comparing leech recovery in Act 1 to Act 6 should present a somewhat equal amount of leech relative to the character's total resource pool. The only information that we don't have just yet is exactly how long a leech instance will last for by default, but based on the interview Zizaran did with Rishi and Jonathan, their answers about leech may suggest that a single leech instance will recover the amount of resource over 1 second. I'll link the timestamp.
Wait, so you knew? Yo, explain.
Yeah, he knew. That's what I remembered. I remember this interview.
Bro, my memory is like a goldfish, alright?
Like, yo, hey guys, where's the source for this? Oh, it's Ziz.
I'm the source for this, apparently.
Look, he's so happy. He's like, yep.
Perfect.
Yo, I have no memory. I'm sick. Leave me alone.
Alright, leech.
But yeah. That's why I was saying, like, I don't know, leech is either insane or fucking dog shit.
Damage X Leech percent.
Leech will be good, and Leech is working similarly to how it did in D2, based off of the damage you do. It's really not that hard to comprehend. It's a lot simpler than PoE 1 Leech for sure, but there are a lot less areas for you to get Leech on the tree. I'm not sure about modifiers on gear. So if we actually search for Leech, bracket spell, Leech, and we zoom out, we can see that there's literally sections here. Now, obviously, there probably is Leech somewhere else here as well. So we have 50% increased amount of life leech 20% slower, but that increases the amount, so that's not bad. 20% of life leech is instant. 25% increased amount of life leech 25% faster. Life leech is instant, cannot use life flasks, so this would be for anybody who's going straight life leech for recovery. Fast metabolism, life leech effects are not removed when unreserved, so that's pretty good. And goring, reduced max life, increased amount of life leech, increased physical damage. That's pretty cool. We got 10% increased amount of mana leech. We got increased amount of mana leached. Okay, so this doesn't give us base leech though, so this is increasing the amount that you have. Recover 2% of life on killing a poisoned enemy. Recover 2% of mana on kill. 25% increased amount of mana leech. So I don't see any leech on here, unless I'm missing something. I do not see any mana leech directly on the tree, which means there's probably somewhere else you have to get it, and probably a weapon of some sort.
Leech amount, leech percent on gear, on character, X leech resist on mobs equals leech amount over 1 second default base duration.
Yep.
And so he's missing quotations there because it should be the damage times leech percent on a character in quotations, then times the leech resistance on the mob, so it will reduce it by a certain amount.
But
Pretty simple, right?
Yeah, but there seems to be a development in the Fextra Life bullshit, by the way.
Sorry. Oh, content?
Content, yeah, I mean, wait, hold on, I'll link you.
Oh my god, okay. I didn't want this to be a drama stream.
I mean, listen, man, like, I'll link you. Lamau, it's actually...
Oh! Right, because essentially they said that they gave it to traditional media, not people to make guides with. And then they're calling out Fextra Life for having guides on their wiki with PoE2 information. So we're almost done now. One more thing, obviously, mana regen. This is a new information done off the math of Dreamcore's latest video. He basically looked over the stat sheet, did some basic math based off his character, and he's found that mana regen is now 4% of base, up from 1.8% in PoE1. So the default mana regeneration rate is over
really
double.
Good.
Which is pretty interesting.
That's nice. Okay, personally, I don't know how you guys feel, but I hate mana as a solvable thing in games.
Yes, I think it never brings anything interesting. Unless it is the focus of the build.
My opinion on this is if it's like resistances, it's fine. If it's anything more complicated than that, it's really fucking annoying.
True, Mr. Vintage.
Like, it's something I expect to solve on every build, like,
I do like
easily.
to zoom out. Yeah.
Yeah. See, actually, the best example of like mana being fucked is when you try to play slams early game. It's actually completely unplayable. Like, you spend 7 points on your tree and your mana is still not solved. I have people like complaining about asking me like how they can solve mana because it is not solved even by spending like 6-7 points on your tree, and that's not reasonable. In PoE1, that is.
Yeah, I'll put it this way. I think we can all agree. If we still have to use a mana flask in endgame, that's going to be a bit of a problem. I will solve it on any build I play. I'm just going to solve it. Like I'm just going to get.
I don't think I don't think it's as bad on PV2 because your mana pool is actually there. Like you have mana to play with, and you have a slot dedicated to mana flask. I don't think it's
so. The reason why mana flask would be annoying is because what happens when you're out of mana flasks?
I mean, that's the point. I think it's supposed to be a resource that you have to. Well, for example, if you enter a boss fight, you need to finish the boss, kill the boss before your mana runs out, or manage your mana properly. I don't mind it as much in PV2 as I do in PV1.
I do agree. The 4% mana is really good. Like that's a W.
Yeah.
So
big W.
But that's huge. And the mana regen nodes, unlike mana percent, are a lot more abundant. Like there is a lot of mana regen. So I think it'll be well, from what I can tell, I should say. I haven't seen the full passive tree. It's from what I can tell, it exists though. So yeah, we'll see. Obviously 10% res penalty per act. I don't know if you've heard anything about this, but do we know if Chaos Res also has the penalty? Because there was maybe a hint. Like I'll show you the information.
Okay.
You don't need audio for this. It was just here. He has 10% negative lightning. Obviously, that's just the 10% penalty.
Right.
And his Chaos Res is 0, and he couldn't determine where he had the Chaos Res from. He might have had it from a quest reward. Maybe he's just forgetting.
Yeah.
But there's a non-zero, because he said he had no Chaos Res on his gear for sure. So unless he had it from a quest reward, there might not be a Chaos Res penalty, which would be interesting.
Right.
I mean, I think that regardless, we'll almost certainly have Chaos Res penalty in maps. I think I could see it not being there in the campaign, just because, for example, in P1 you can't really solve Chaos Res. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm assuming there's a res penalty for Chaos, but something to keep an eye out for. Because that would actually weaken Chaos inoculation slightly.
Do you know what the hardest thing with PoE2 is? Is that we have so much info about how things work in PoE1, and then even in PoE2, things have changed so much. So it's like, wait, does it still work like that?
Yeah, I mean, when I heard about the block system, my immediate assumption was passive block got removed, and I was like, this is awful.
Yeah.
But the fact that it's both is
very
the
good.
Opposite. It's literally insane. It's very interesting. I have a Flask and Charms section here. I guess I should fill it out. What do we need to know about Flask and Charms? I suppose 2 flasks. These are dedicated life and mana. You can't have 2 life flasks unless you use a special, like...
Yeah, that's what we think is the case. I think I saw MP said...
No, like Jonathan did say, like, it is just dead for CI.
Yeah. Okay. 1 dedicated mana. Now, I've only seen 1 charm on any character so far. Maybe there's like a couple endgame characters that have more than 1. So I'm assuming charm slots are quite endgame.
I saw 3. I think I saw 3.
Yeah, but it probably was like a level 95 character. Because all the like Act 1, 2, and 3 footage I've seen, I think only had 1.
Yeah, you needed the higher tier belts for that.
A really nice thing for me
Oh.
about Flask is that we can roll Flask recovery on Flasks now.
Oh, that's so confusing. You mean like charge generation?
Yeah.
Yeah. It looked like a piss poor amount, but that was literally like an Act 1 flask, right?
Yeah.
Even that is pretty substantial.
It does build up over time, yeah. It does matter. Can roll charge generation for sustain during boss fights. Depending on, I mean, I did the math on that. It was like 1 flask use every 60 seconds. So, I mean hopefully that's a low tier mod.
Yeah.
And hopefully there's notables on the tree for extra flask charge sustain. Because 1 charge, like 1 use every minute, is not going to cut it for me. Like if I...
Let's take a look. Let's see. We saw that one. Mana recovered from flasks. Life recovered from flasks. Increase flask effect duration. Increase flask charges gained. So we can 100% increase right there. Not use charms. 30% more recovery from flasks. That's a huge chunk during flask effect right there. But how do we increase the duration of flask effect so that way we can scale that? Life flask gain. Okay, so that's a good one right there. Per second. So this would be a good node to grab if you're trying to build up your flasks. This would probably be really good for the Pathfinder ascendancy if you're doing that sort of thing. 3% while on low life, 40% increased life recovery from flask use while on low life. And then of course we already looked at Valpact. I don't see any other flask. So all the flask nodes are pretty much over here except for the one that recovers energy shield, energy shield instead of life. So let's finish up.
If I have to rely on it for mana and recovery.
Yeah.
Yeah, what about charms themselves? Actually, I should almost have an entire section in here. Like, okay, so charms roll for ailment, well, we'll say like effect removal. Remove, freeze,
yeah,
etc. How do we deal with ailments? Stuns I get. Stuns, there's a million sources of stun threshold on the tree.
Yep.
Like, they don't give you stun immunity, but they give you like stun threshold, like out the wazoo.
Actually, I think
what about ailments?
I think there's no stun immunity because of the active block. Maybe.
Oh, because it would make you immune, so you can have the shield up forever.
Yeah.
That's a good point, actually. That's a very good point. Let's see. So ailments. Yeah. Do we have any like? Do we have any information at all on ailments? Like, is there?
Do we have any images of existing charms? Like, we've seen a cold one, haven't we?
Yeah, they showed a couple, like one that like triggers when you get frozen and stuff like this.
I wouldn't mind seeing a few examples just to refresh in my mind.
Because if I remember, the way it'll work is that you'll have a charm that, like, if you get frozen, you don't get frozen, and then that has to recover. So it'll be like, you can check if your charm is ready, and then you can open a strong box. But then you wouldn't want to open a second freeze box 3 seconds later unless it's replenished.
Here we go.
Oh, there's a bunch.
So we don't have modifiers, sadly, but we have bases at least. Use when you become poisoned.
There's duration. There's a duration. There's a duration, so it's for duration. Yeah.
I think I heard Havoc or someone like that mention early on the res charms might be valid because they're low level and you don't have res. And then late game, you might want to switch to remove like immunity ones.
Yeah.
Because obviously you would never, ever
It's not mandatory WST.
Cannot be stunned. Oh shit.
Use it when you become stunned, but I mean, it's just to not get stun locked.
Do you think this actually means like? Wait. Would this work with the shield thing then?
I mean, I think it would.
Nah.
Like, no, because like if you hold. No, you hold the shield, you get stunned, and it triggers this, and you're not stunned anymore. But you will still interrupt it.
Maybe it's not stunned.
Maybe it's a heavy stun, which is completely different from a regular stun.
Yeah, maybe it's stagger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would make more sense.
That would also kill my like energy shield recharge idea pretty hard. Yeah, I mean it would be too broken, so it would make sense. Well, I guess this basically tells you all the ailments they expect you to deal with. Poison and bleed are 2 of them. Shock, ignite, slow, freeze, and stun. I mean, I guess the freeze for me is the big one.
And freeze, bleed is nice too.
Well, if I'm CI, I'm immune to bleed and poison.
Yeah.
Stun, I'm just gonna get enough stun threshold on the tree via the notable. Slows. Slows, freeze. I wonder how rippy ignite will be.
I mean, shock is the big one though. Shock is really, really good.
So I guess for now, charms are main way to deal with ailments.
That we know of.
Do we have anything on the passive tree? I'm just gonna double check the passive tree real quick. God damn, why do I have 5 billion tabs open?
Classic steel.
Yeah, the same. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna have to find the link. Oh god, I can't. It has such a weird link too. It has such a weird URL. Okay, I found it. Look at it, Marco. Actually, Ignite's not gonna work, right? Because
Ignited, maybe.
Yeah, I know CI takes care of it. There's regen while affected by ailments. That is nice, don't get me wrong, but like chance to inflict ailments. Gain ailment threshold. Oh. Huh. I'm not seeing too much information here.
Yeah.
No, the PV2 tree is not known. This looks very pretty. And you might be like, give me the link, and I'll link it in Discord just so you guys have it as well. And you might be thinking like, oh my god, let me take a look. You'll be glad to know that this node is node number 52. This node, node number 53.
I'll show the best one.
What's this?
The best one.
Oh, chat, guess what this node is?
Oh, N66 is still. 69.
69. Yeah, it's basically a blank. Like, there's a couple nodes on here that we know, but almost the entire thing is empty. This is just like a nice visualization of what we do know, but there's most of it we don't know. Well, to be fair, I mean, look at the bottom side of the tree, though. We do know a lot. I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot on here. But I also question its authenticity, because this exists, and I refuse to believe that this is real, because this is stronger than a fucking notable almost. Where was it? Yeah. Mana Blessing is arguably weaker than this little tiny travel node. And this looks like an energy shield art, not like a mana icon. And this is an energy shield node that doesn't look like I refuse to believe this is real. You can click hide unidentified. Oh, so it doesn't even hover over anymore. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, might be some ways to deal with it on passive tree. New stat called ailment threshold for players. Okay, that's pretty much everything I got. Anyway, is there anything you want to add to our little knowledge bases that you might know that I haven't added or covered?
No, I'm really out of it. I'm still like a bit fucked.
That's fair.
A little fucked.
And mad.
Someone said it's spell damage, not mana. And it's just mana on the thing because it's incorrect. Yeah, that would make so much more sense. Well, I thought spell damage was on the left side, though. Whatever.
I'm surprised we don't have the full skill tree.
Yeah, I mean, that's another big question. Do you think we should get ascendancy and skill tree information before the launch?
Okay, so that's a really great question. Skill tree? Not necessarily. Ascendancy tree? Absolutely fucking lootly if there is no ascendancy respec. That is absolutely fucking insane to not have public if there's no ascendancy respec. Imagine respec, like going in ascendancy and you're like, oh shit, this doesn't even work for melee, bro. And I can't respec. Make a new character. 10 hours wasted.
Okay. No, but the thing is, like, if they do it properly and every quote unquote, like, you know, whatever fantasy you wanna go for, whatever archetype you wanna go for fits the class you're playing, then the ascendancy should be fine for it. Like, if you want to play spellcaster, you know, play sorceress, for example, or that should be fine, right?
I'm going to bring up ascendancy respec and push back quite hard on that in the interview.
I mean, I think it's just a technical issue, no, probably.
No, it's definitely not a technical issue.
It was a design decision. They were debating.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's currently not allowed to be respecs because it's easier to like allow respecs than it is to take it away. So currently it's not enabled.
Okay, I see.
Are you gonna be mad during the interview?
Very mad.
Yeah, I think he's already mad, dude.
I'm gonna go get water, and then we can get started on the questions.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, guys and gals. We reviewed and we went over some stuff. I made some comments. Overall, I think the information was solid here. We did get some more updates in the recent interview with Ziz and Jonathan Rogers. Of course, like I said, low life's 35%. But, you know, some of the other updates we got was there won't be replacements for stash tabs. Because they're hoping to bring most of the mechanics back, so that way the tabs can be used at that point. He's kind of iffy on merging singular tabs into quad tabs. Just because he's not a fan of how big the quad tabs are and how little you can really see the items in those. Target dummies are a maybe. I'm actually replying to Empyrean's kind of breakdown of the interview myself, because at one point Jonathan actually mentioned having a bestiary in the game that would allow you to see the enemies and everything like that, and see their mechanics, see their, you know, all their models and all that. So I don't see why there's no way for us to connect that to a dummy to kind of test our damage. You know, then we could pull up any model we want, including, you know, bosses and stuff like that, to test how hard we would hit against them. And so I don't see how that would be a big issue, in my personal opinion. We also, let's see, we do know locksteps in, and it's a hybrid. Our rarity is multiplicative in boss and in map rarity. Can't TPA out from bosses. You can escape from bosses to the last checkpoint if you cannot or do not think you'd be able to win. Crit, 100% crit is not ideal. You'd have to lose too many other points and too many other aspects of your build to actually get 100% crit. Conditionally, you'll be able to get 100% crit at times, but it's not going to be something that you're going to sustain and have 100% crit at all times. That's some of the stuff we picked up. We went over all the information here. We were looking at the faux tree here, but we'll take another look at it again on Wednesday. We'll be taking a look. I'll also be announcing the winners of the keys that I'm giving out. If you're interested in winning a key, please go to Twitter and go and retweet my tweet, follow me, and give it a like. But for now, this is Elder Vosain over and out. I hope y'all have a good one. I appreciate everybody who came by. Thank you very much, and I'll see y'all next time.